as if it is driven by some irrepressible will. Why else has no one managed to fight it successfully? Why does it target the most precious aspects of our existence? The sand plague picks its victims fastidiously, and the same principle always draws it back to whoever tries to oppose it. Surprisingly, we've yet to hear a single word from the powers that be.
So, hi. I realized that in my first stream, I had forgotten to show the surreal introductory video that happens even before the main menu, or Inquisitor Orf's notes on the plague. There's a great and odd remake of this scene in Pathologic 2. Not exactly, but similar. So yeah, welcome back. We're just gonna jump right back in. Last time, I got through most of day 2. I wasn't expecting to, but went a little longer than I'd anticipated, and particularly since I finished up the last of day 1 more quickly than I'd expected. So let's see, where are we? Just right by the cathedral. So basically, the main quest of the day was about convincing the 3 great houses, that is, for anybody just joining us, the Utopian Kane family, who are, whom the Bachelor considers to be his main allies in town. There's the wealthy Olgimsky family, who run the Big Vlad Olgimsky runs the Bull Enterprise, and then of course there are the populist Sabarovs, who are the nominal leaders of the town. Alexander Sabarov is supposedly the governor of the town, but previously held no real power. But in order to convince, as part of the process of convincing the other 2 families there is a plague, it of course wound up requiring them to hand over executive power to Sabarov, because previously they'd split the power. And so I've done that, and so now Sabarov's in charge, and we'll see what comes of that in the days to come. The side quests for today were the House of the Living, where when Laura Ravel, a local lady who is very kind-hearted, tried to set up a Decameron-inspired sanctuary house in a little house on a little used street, or rather a big house on a little used street. But unfortunately, by the time you gather up all of the food you need, and in order to supply the place, it's already been struck by the plague, and everybody who was there is dead, or dying. And so Laura very kindly rewarded me with a handful of nuts in exchange for the bread, fish, and smoked meat I returned to her. And for anybody who's played it before, yes, I do return it to her because the nuts make very useful trade goods. And then the other main quest, or other side quest of the day is Let's Run, which is pretty self-explanatory. Our kind host, Ava Jan, wanted to flee the town. She requested I get help from architect Andrei Stomatin, who would not, of course, leave without his brother, Peter Stomatin, the other architect. These 2, we learn, are the architects of the polyhedron. Don't worry about the polyhedron. It's fine. And, Peter doesn't want to leave because the polyhedron is here. But, once granting Saburov executive privileges, he is, Peter immediately fears that Saburov is going to try to have him killed, and is willing to flee with you. Now, I do this quest even though I don't think Daniel would necessarily flee, but I do it because I have metagame knowledge, and I happen to know that if you play your cards right, in addition to getting the gun you can talk Saburov into giving you, you can also get another free pistol from Bad Grief. And, so that's why I did it. And then, I still need to run over to the train station to see the conclusion of the quest. But, I mean, if you stop to think about it, I think you can guess what the conclusion is going to be, particularly since we have just advised Saburov to set up a quarantine as part of the main quest for the day. So, spoilers, but not really. You've been reading along. And, wow, I'm almost out of food in my inventory, but not in... Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute, was the quick save... Okay, the quick saves were older than my actual most recent save. Let us give that another shot. This time, the most recent version of events, which is substantially similar, but I'll probably be standing somewhere slightly different. Ah, that's right, I was over at Bad Grief's because he happened to have a rifle. Now, I'm going to need a bunch of rifles for a later quest, but most of them I can get that day. But I want to keep one, so I wanted to buy one from Grief while I had the chance. So, yeah, that's where we were. And don't worry about him, he's Grief's pet mugger. He's perfectly safe and will never attack us. I'm not joking this time. Okay, so we are in the warehouses here. We need to meet over by the train station, but fortunately, the train station is right around the corner from Bad Grief's warehouse, so we're right where we want to be. Also, this has been an odd day because there have been shockingly few pedestrians on the street, which means that I have all of these built-up trade goods, and, oh, so I actually should eat something. Doubt I picked up more food from home on the way. But I do have some more stashed away back at Ava's. I just wanted to clear out my inventory to make room. Oh, that's right. I think I'm supposed to meet them here later. Most likely. Probably after sundown would be my guess. Oh, I need to return to Andre. Okay, we're not right by where we need to be, but that's okay. I have a lot of walking to do anyway. My exhaustion's creeping upwards, but we've got plenty of time to finish this quest. And still have time to sleep. And then go mugger hunting. Just reloading the pistol so that, the, full magazine. I've still got 14 spare bullets. Nice. So that means that if muggers attack me, I'll hopefully not die. Andre's pub is, of course, on the other side of the river, in the poor part of town, though not the poorest. Because the poorest is over there, the crude sprawl. We'll spend some more time there later, and in other routes, of course. Yeah, typically you can find a good number of NPCs just wandering around the city streets, throughout the day, and I haven't been taking back routes all day. Nobody seems to be out and about. I speculate that it might just be the day 2 panic, but I'm not sure if they actually programmed that in or not, so might just be odd coincidence. I think yeah, I already needed from you. I think the price of Twire is going to go down, and I may be able to get some for free. So, bizarrely, Peter didn't give me a free bottle. I could have sworn he did. Even though I selected what I think are the right dialogue options
All
for
which
it.
is counterfeit displeases us with the very things which charm us in the original. Yeah.
Yep. Thanks, Andre. All set, we're armed. Okay, let's meet by the station at 10 p.m. Don't get too close to the engine, though. See you then.
Yes.
Cool, so now the last thing is just to show up for the formal conclusion of the quest, because, you know, might as well, right? Now, I think the closest place I can sleep to where the quest, where the next step of the quest is gonna be probably Vlad the Younger's shack. I do want to swing by Stillwater to pick up a little more food. So, just a quick little jaunt over there. So if anybody does join, please be sure to let me know how the audio is. I'll ask again if I see anybody in the chat. Think about it. Yeah. There is just something so relaxing about wandering these streets on the nicer days, and even on the plagued and or burned out days. I still always enjoy just making my way through the town on Gorkon. Of course, is a fan-given name, as it is never named at all in the game. It's just the town. This town on Gorkon, because it's on the Gorkon River. Yeah, see, there's just nobody around, and it's been like that all day. I found one grandpa to hear my gun, but yeah, it's just very strange, very strange. I was hoping to trade for particularly some more bullets, maybe some more meds, and very lucky-ish mapper. Of course, those are never guaranteed, but you can get a lot of them if you play your cards right. And I don't consider it cheesy to get as many as you can, because, you know what, I want to see the true ending for the purpose of this playthrough. I already know what it is, but I've already gotten it 3 times. Once with each of the healers. But still want to get it in this, and it is inevitable that get stuck on this. It is inevitable that the other healers will mess up. Now, fail. Just going straight up the nearly vertical hillocks. What time is it, by the way? Nearly 8:30. So I can get a little bit of sleep anyway. I think I'm allowed to turn up anytime between 10 and midnight. If I'm not mistaken. Actually get a couple of hours of sleep. And so I will. Out here. Young Vlad's to safe time.
I wonder what Harrispec's inheritance is.
Oh, you know, bunch of old herbs in it. Alright, so I'll eat the fish first and take the bread with me. Okay. Oh, pfft, right. Right click drops. There we go. That's better. In Pathologic 2, right-clicking on an item in your inventory gives you further options, such as to bring up descriptions of it, or to use it, or drop it. It's almost like the game that came out 10 years, more than 10 years after the original game, improved on its interface or something. But that would be ridiculous. Also, we did climb up one of the stairways to heaven, just to hear the mysterious crying of a baby. There's just nobody on the streets today. Is that somebody over there? No, that's part of the wagon. Think. Glad the slimy
We
is
promise
not gonna have
according
much
to our
say.
hopes. We perform according to our fears.
Alright. I'm gonna save in case I don't actually have between 10 and midnight, but I think I do. So I'm just gonna sleep for 2 hours. Over to the train station. The way day and night works is different between Pathologic 1 and 2 as well. The original, it is considered night and muggers are out, I think, as soon as it gets dark. Whereas in 2, muggers only come out after midnight. The NPCs, other than them, mostly slowly fill inside. Any muggers out, though. I suppose that's technically convenient. But, yeah, it's just been very empty today. Much like my soul, am I right? Where? Okay. Supposed to meet by the station. Factory. Or were they on the other side of the train? Is that all? Possibly I just walked right by them. Possibly you have to be there right at 10. Just don't. Oh, right, it's those tracks down there. Okay. Sorry, gentle viewer. I done confused myself. Train here. It's the right one. There they are. There you are, you naughty boys. Sorry, I didn't mean to shake the screen like that. can't even talk to this particular executor. Bachelor Dankovsky, sir. I'm under the orders to stop you by any and all means necessary. No one is allowed to leave the town. This is the order of the emergency plenipotentiary. You moron, the emergency plenipotentiary is me. Make way. By the way, I do have plenipotentiary powers. Not that anybody... Oh. And that's what happens if you do that. Which is, why I saved. But yeah. Okay, back to it. That's basically what would have happened if I had badmouthed the guys in Ava's backyard on the first day. Fine, you win. I will cancel my departure. I forget if Andre will have any excuses to offer if I go talk to him or not. But, it's... Now, I should go... I don't think he does have anything to say about it. I'm gonna go sleep at the other Olginsky house for a few hours, and then go watch play. Get an early start next day. Always bugs me that there is no back way out, or back way in to that part of the warehouses. You have to go in the front way, which is, of course, very much by design. Because those front ways are often guarded by plague clouds and such like, located conveniently for muggers to see you. Really though, why are the streets so empty today? Plague ain't kicked off yet, guys. Not really. So, once you've done all the quests for the day, you can often still go around and talk to the locals. First person I've seen in ages. Talk to the locals to, you know, trade with them and such like. But, in this case, it's time for sleep for sure. Oh man, I can't believe I actually managed to, the shot off before he threw the knife. That was, cutting it close. Normally I dodge first, then shoot. So yeah, this is the Ski's Manor. I think Vlad's not gonna have anything to say to me.
So Saburov wants power.
Oh, he does.
Pray forgive me. He had nothing to do with the foundation of this town. He's just managing it.
Tell me, boss Vlad, what's going on in the termitary at the moment? It's odd that Danielle would call him boss Vlad. I suspect that this was intended to be a line of Artemis, because I don't think Danielle has heard a word of the Snip language yet. And it would be very unlike him to use it, but that basically translates to bull-like Vlad. You would like to inspect the termitary? Did I hear you right? I would. I have a strong suspicion that the disease could have gotten inside. You need not go to the termitary. Even if you manage to get past the guards, you'll be ripped apart inside. It is hard for you to imagine what it's like in there. They sleep on the floors, hugging bulls. It's all a very big stable. Well, Vlad, wonder if perhaps you could have given them better quarters. They can't even talk. They only howl and whine. You have peculiar working conditions.
Why are my children like this?
Question I'm sure that every parent has asked at one time or another. Right. I try to definitely make a save at the start and end of each day, but, yeah. Okay. Immunity stays right in the middle unless you're specifically doing something to boost it. What? I should not have slept the night away, so I'm actually
The
going
day
to,
is over.
yeah, I
Your
know.
timely efforts allowed your supporters to remain unharmed.
I'm gonna sleep a little less. Because I do want to go to the theater and hopefully a slightly early start on things today. Because I forget what exactly today brings for The Bachelor. 4 hours should be plenty. Yeah, look at that. Hardly exhausted at all.
The day is over. Your timely efforts allowed your supporters to remain unharmed. A new mime performance is being rehearsed at the theater.
Who could have thought? So an outbreak is upon us?
You knew this. The Skinners, yes, that was one nasty day, wouldn't you agree? You're in charge of the hospital now, aren't you? We're already busy starting it. Do you want to know more? Is that the only reason why you came? Yes, please tell me what measures you have taken. You think we ought to report to you, my dear doctor. Although there's nothing to hide. Our town has no suitable buildings. Someone suggested we found a hospital in an abandoned house. The conditions. What about the conditions? Turned out to be very tricky to provide the patients with water. You may not have been told about it yet, but the water supply has been blocked and partially destroyed. Rumor has it that the water intake and even the river are already contaminated. Barrels are the only source of drinking water right now. Where are the patients taken to? To the cemetery, dear doctor. The mortality rate is absolute. You're supposed to know that better than anyone, including me. The dying need only water and morphine. Sometimes vodka, too. They can depart to the better world painlessly then. Be so kind as to do the following. Check every warehouse and every store that may still have medicine left. Confiscate everything you find. I'll check what we have in stock and choose the appropriate remedies. It's not a trivial task, Doctor. Which is why I have to resort to you. Personal power, I think they meant your, and the opportunities it provides.
Yes.
I need a detailed report on the amount of pharmaceutical drugs we have. I'm happy to relieve your mind, Doctor. We're distributing protective and preventative drugs among the townsfolk. Even the antibiotics. We've selected the drug agents from the list you gave us yesterday. Are you satisfied? It's implied that I gave Saburov some notes yesterday. But that's actually good enough. Well, I'm glad you've finally given me the credit I deserve. The Canes have also given out everything they had, though less than me. It's easier to give out things when you're a church mouse. Said every billionaire ever. I'm not gonna call him on it. It doesn't do any good. Well, actually, let's see. This one, I think. This is okay. No point in being rude about it.
Yes.
But yeah, what a jerk. the theater for another midnight performance. It's a mugger up there, alright. It's two muggers. It's inconvenient. Oh no, that's a mugger and though those are two sickmen. Never mind. You can give money to them in exchange for reputation, should you be running low on it. There are way better ways to prove your reputation. Alright.
The rulers had to accept something was wrong. The terrifying discoveries have convinced them. One of them managed to curb the family feud.
Bad news. The governor will abuse his power, and the rest won't let him get away with this. Nothing's changed.
The town was placed in quarantine. From now on, the infected districts will be locked down, and no one will be able to leave until the situation is resolved.
Well, it won't be. They won't figure it out.
But what do it mean, Mark?
A wrong place invites a fatal turn of events.
If you say so. See, received any letters? Ah, the evening letters. To facilitate your assignment, we will be sending a special train carrying medicine, sanitary equipment, and personnel. We expect the train to arrive in 4 days. The Inquisitor, allegedly Mark Karminski or Peter Croy, will travel separately. If the sanitary train reaches the town before the Inquisitor, the personnel and equipment therein will be yours to manage. The person in charge of the sanitary expedition will be duly instructed to collaborate. We hope that by that time you will have exhaustive information as to what the nature of the disease is. Sent on behalf of the Manipulatory Laboratory. Okay, and I'm stuck on something. Okay. Also, traditionally, save before leaving the theater, just because. Just gives me, so yeah, all the fountains are broken now, but, the water barrels can still have water in them. I really need to find people to trade with tomorrow, because I am almost out of everything. We go swing by the Canes just to see whether they've got anything to say to me right now. I'll go ahead and swing by Vlad the Younger first. And, of course, see what the prices are like. They're going to be better than yesterday, for sure. And, though, worse for selling. Right. So, yeah, he had, little I wanted, but some more trade goods. You know. Just what I'm short on. Yeah, unfortunately I don't remember where I should be heading exactly. I'm just making an educated guess. I guess I'll swing by Vlad's first, because it's a little bit out of the way. I do like just the general ambiance, the rain and the crows calling and everything. What's up, Vlad?
We promise according to our hopes. We perform according to our fears.
It just occurred to me that a map with the infected areas charted on it would significantly help couriers and medical aids. It may be surprising to you, but I've already seen to that. My men are now assigned to produce such maps daily. The cost of making one copy is a mere, let's see, 1,000 or so. I'll be sure to order a copy when I have the required sum. Okay, well, that's all. It would be so nice if... so in the second game, as you explore the town on a given day, any districts that are currently in a bad way will update on your map, if you weren't already aware of them, to reveal their status as suffering from plague or suffering or burned out after the plague. And it would be so nice if there were a mod for this one that could add the same functionality. But alas, last time I checked, there wasn't, and so you either have to buy the map or just remember. Know that generally it's going to be on the south side of town, though. I mean, the south side, the poorer side of town, the east side. Oh my. No. That'll, do for now. Okay. So, back to Ava's place.
There'll be no deaths while you're with us, right?
Is there something... Oh, I want to be of help. I want to be by your side. This sounds like the opposite. It's such a weird response. So I'm just gonna say I'd rather you didn't. The best assistance you can offer is not taking risks. Oh.
I'm having chest...
So that's the only option to continue, never mind. Right now my only desire is to light up candles, wash the soot of the day off, wrap myself in a bedsheet, and get drunk until my mind goes blank. Will you get us a bottle of Twirin? I'll do so if I find one. Do you want us to get drunk together? Of course. Twirin is actually is 70% strong. It's an effective preventative remedy. Drink it, Ava. 70% alcohol. My gosh. I'm afraid that's not possible. I can't allow myself to drink right now. What a shame that I'll have to drink either alone or with my gentle girlfriends. Meanwhile, I will be working, Ava. Each minute of my work is a life saved. Oh. This is less preachy. Ava, I don't even have time to sleep these days. Neither do I. Don't worry, if you pay me a visit tonight, I won't let you sleep. And again, that's lovely is such a weird response. So I'm just gonna say ...
You'll think of something, of course, won't you?
Yeah, sort of. Just gonna grab the, slabs of raw beef out of the cabinet. And... back after. It's 5 o'clock. Okay. So yeah, I need to remember to get a bottle of Twirin. Hopefully now it'll be a little cheaper. Gotta find somebody to trade with. Maybe they've got a mask today. Nope, but they do have blue pills. Oh my gosh, I forget which ones I'm allowed to use to give to the bound if they fall ill. Be able to see them temporarily. Okay. But I can trade for all the pills with the kids. And although they have antibiotics, they're primitive early ones that are pretty unhealthy for the user of them, and like pre-penicillin type, I would think, attempts at them, because the technology is not precisely the same as in our world either. But or you know, either way, they're early, primitive, not great, and also they never completely cure the disease, which is part of the problem. Just reduce the infection level.
The true way to be deceived is to think oneself more knowing than others.
Do you know anything regarding Reuben's whereabouts? Sadly, no. The disappearance of Master Reuben fills me with sincerest regret. He is, of course, the person most to blame for the loss of our brother's remains. But that's not what matters. What is? We have no competent people left except you, who are unable to put up a struggle. Is it true what I've been told, that you declined Saparov's request? Did not accept responsibility for the town's future? I told you such nonsense. Not only did I agree, I explicitly stated my eagerness to do all that is within my power. You're a noble man, Bachelor Dankovsky, so we do still have a hope. I'm acting in accordance with my beliefs. I suspect that's probably all...
Is this disease indeed as deadly as they say?
Yep. See ya. So... Georgi might have something for me. I know where Reuben is, but, I don't want to seek him out until I actually have a daily quest pointing me to him. So, just because. Trying to do all the quests.
Most men only die because they know not how to prevent dying.
My dear doctor, misfortune is a regular guest in our family home. New calamity has befallen us. What is it? The house in which Reuben lived and worked has been tainted by infectious mold and fallen prey to the looters. Our messengers searched every nook and cranny. Neither Reuben nor Simon's body are in the house. Some of the people that helped to undertake the search are paying a terrible price. Contracted the sand pest. How would you explain the absence of a body? It appears that once the infection began to spread across the house, Master Reuben decided to remove the body. He must have taken it to some hidden location that he considered safe. However, since we still haven't heard from him, we can only infer that Reuben is dead. Let's hope that Reuben will get in touch soon. Something tells me that isn't going to happen. Are you going to ask me to help? Ask me for help? Something tells me... Oh, pfft. Please help us recover the body, Doctor. We are already much indebted to you for having identified Simon's killer. It's not your fault that the truth has turned out to be so distressing to us all. I implore you to help Simon and us once more. Find my brother's body. Task is far from trivial. Where do I even start? Someone may have seen something. I believe you've made some useful acquaintances in the town's slums. Not to mention, we have all manner of lowlife here. Could they know something? Speak to my brother Victor. He is much better than me where the practical side of things is concerned. I'll let you know what I find. Okay, so that's, other task. Cool.
I feel almost nothing.
I will richly reward a friend that finds Simon's body for me, and I will squeeze the last drop of blood from the mongrel who stole it. Anger is a poor companion for a noble man. Yet, historically, all too frequent companion. Not even any muggers. What is going on? There was the one. Still. Hey, Victor. Once again.
That is right. Whatever happens in the termitory, it'll be ill-advised to open it now.
I'm looking for your brother's body, Victor. Do you have any ideas on the subject? I do. If I were you, Olgimski's son would be the first person I'd turn to. Young Vlad, nicknamed Charon. Nicknamed by who, Victor? As far as I know, nobody else ever calls him Charon. I like to think that this is just Victor being sassy. That he's just revealing his distaste for Vlad the Younger, right here, right now. Reuben and he have had some business together. He knows places where Reuben may have taken the body. I'll talk to him. Vlad the Younger is a loyal son. He may be cynical, but deep inside, he believes in the precepts of vassal ethics. He has no reason to conceal a crime, but he'd never help us, knowing that we're acting against his father's best interests, notwithstanding our respect for each other. So, this line here, I think, really sums up the whole deal with the Olgimskis. They seem to basically see themselves as feudal patriarchs. And, so, you know, and the vassal-lord relationship and contract did go both ways, of course. The vassal had duties, obviously, but the lord was supposed to have duties as well, though, of course, as with every time people take power, whether they were likely to use it as they're supposed to for the benefit of those they're supposed to be contributing to the protection of is another question. Anyway, but yeah, it also explains a lot of what you hear in 2 about Vlad's hold over the kin, because it really does sound like by essentially vassalizing their feudal leaders, he has an iron grip on all of them. Okay, so anyway, I respect such adherence to principles too. So, right. Cool. I really do like that each update to your journal really does just give you Dankovsky's thoughts and ideas on the way the way things are going.
If we conquer our passions, it is more from their weakness than from our strength.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm gonna see if Maria has anything for me before I go back down to Vlad's. And I guessed wrong every time about who I should visit first this morning. So... Maria... How do you solve a problem like Maria?
What is this disease?
So that's how it is. Clearly, Simon has not reached the end of his earthly path yet. Please do stay in. Well, should swing by their tailors while I'm here. This guy is... There's a rumor somewhere that this guy works for the Canes. I forget where you hear it. I don't think I've picked up anything I want to sell, but I should check because this is the place to sell it because he pays slightly more. Oh, or was it that... Never mind. Yeah, he pays slightly more. Maybe that's just day 2. Not sure. Okay, regardless, I don't have anything I want to sell to him. And... hopefully, once day breaks, just a little bit here, able to actually get some flippin' trading done. Oh, and I should have looked at the polyhedron at night, because it's real pretty. Keep expecting to see muggers. They are just nowhere to be found. While I'm here, I'm gonna swing in and buy some more food and talk to Laura, because I might as well. I mean, at least there are the sick guys wandering around, but, I mean, not great for the health of the town, but great for knowing I'm not experiencing a very odd bug. I will take it all, please. Okay, I guess it's only on day 2 that he pays more. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, good to know. Good to know, and probably not remember for next time. The immortal words of the philosopher Calvin. Live and don't learn. That's my motto. Just one pump.
Clemency is born not of virtue, but rather of fear.
I disagree. It's so nice of you to come. Are you tired? Hungry? Quiet. You've heard already that all the provisions have been destroyed, right? They say it was the infected meat that caused the disease, so now there's no food at all. Only the food we've managed to snatch before it all began. So I have nothing to offer, save for some bread and milk. Milk and bread are not that bad. It's one of those cases where
Clemency is born not of virtue.
I don't think that there's any problem with accepting offered generosity in this context, particularly since Daniel is, you know, actually one of the very few people who can do anything about the disease. So he does need food and water. And if you... Alright, that dang visual bug. Is it a portal eating all the NPCs? Oh well. Anyway, but, Daniel is one of the few who can do anything at all, and... Right, if you are not careful with your money, easily run out. And would that I had some bandages to sell, though, because that is... Hello, mugger. Alright, I'm gonna make some money tonight after all. Hehehehe. It's gonna just turn around at some point. Like, he will detect me. There we go. Again, I took a risk taking a shot farther away than I should. I've gotten way off track from young lads. So while I'm here, I'll swing by Yulia's and see if she has anything to say. Might just do a full round. What do you got? Those are worse than the gloves Daniel starts with. Daniel is fortunate enough to start with one piece of decent protective equipment, which I don't think the others do. Alright. So, Yulia, what do you got to say? What do you got to say?
Forgetting the most
Nothing.
basic things these days.
And I hear you. Alright. So... actually I'm gonna go right over to Vlad's. Fine. Because that will take me by another grocery store, which I do want to visit. And... yeah, and I can stop by the old Gimskis on the way. I'm sure I'm gonna need to talk to the Sabarovs at some point as well. I really do not know what is causing that. It is very strange. I know the combat music kicks in if they see me, but I still can't help but look around, just because they can sneak up. Alright. What can I rather have? What's the name of my more? Doing on hunger, not at all. I do have inventory space, so not bad, especially considering not just the amount of different trade goods I'm carrying. Rations. So, nothing I need at City First. Okay, and come around the, long way, I think. Nope, never mind that. Right where I should be. Perfect. Perfect. Huh. I mean, if I were out of bullets, this would have been a really, really lucky night. Since, they were actually leaving me alone. But, since I had plenty and needed some money, it's less than convenient.
Who could have thought? So an outbreak is upon us?
Yep. Have you heard anything about the Ripper? Yes, I've heard the rumors. Several bodies missing from the cemetery. Nevertheless, you must realize a single person couldn't have done it. There must be several people. One man just couldn't appear in several places at once over such a short night. But you will have a chance to see that for yourself soon. Whom do you suspect, then? The butchers, of course. It's a no-brainer. Even the sickest bastard would commit blasphemy like this. Some people are shameless enough to use a knife. No one, except for butchers, would steal bodies. It's dangerous and pointless to boot. Fine, I believe you.
Someone will have to be punished for this sin.
Well, we don't know what he's talking about yet, but, he's not wrong. Alright. Now, if you'll excuse me, gentle viewer, I will be right back. Thank you so much for your patience. Okay. So, let's see if Capella has anything to say, but she really has much less to say and do in Dankovsky's Friend than the others, if I recall.
There's a peculiar smell on the outside. What is this?
Would you like me to reveal the secret of a miraculous remedy for the sand plague? It's dangerous, mind you. I'm all ears, Victoria. Have you ever seen antique boxes with chalky or bluish powder inside? It is already fossilized in some of them. Have you already heard of the powder? Dubbed schmouters sometimes? Tell me. I'm eager to hear the story from someone as honest and reasonable as you appear to be. The powders are secret remedies that some people have been keeping since the first outbreak. Before it all started, one boy, his name was Crowfoot, he died later, inspired the children to play Epidemic. They were making these powders. Wait a minute, are you saying they used to play Epidemic even before the first outbreak? Indeed. Whoa, I never thought about it like that. What a strange coincidence. Still, that's not important. We won't be able to learn anything from them anyway. The inventors of the game are now in heavens. That is not what I wanted to speak with you about. Then speak, Victoria. I'm listening. Some children stole various drugs from their game. For their game, excuse me. They chose the prettiest ones, of course, and they crushed the pills in a mortar, mixed them, and wrapped the mixtures into the fresh leaves of fragrant steppe swevery for safekeeping. Are you applying... Well, why did they choose this fairy herb? Swevery does indeed have healing properties. That is not the point, of course. Beaker's brothers, for example, didn't wrap their powders at all. It was they who introduced the fashion of using antique boxes. The effect of their remedies was the same. Where are these powders now? All over the place. Some are stored in caches in the houses where the children used to play infirmary. The powders were lethally dangerous, you see. If anyone was to take that much drugs, it would damage their health horribly. The children begged to differ, like they always do. They helped once, so what if they do so again, is the line of reasoning. And what do you think? Some of them undoubtedly help. They poison the body, true, but they also poison the sand dirt out. I have no idea how it works. Perhaps there are antibiotics in the mixture. Others are indeed lethal, and every single one of them is extremely detrimental to your health. I have no doubts about that. thing is, the kids were recently reminded of one of the caches. They've pried it open, and now they cannot wait to test the acquired powders in an infected district. Loafer, Beaker's younger brother, has already gone to do the testing, the fool. Where exactly? To the Silent House, I believe. That is where the infection began to spread from in the first place. And besides, it's connected to this terrible man-eater story. Children are always attracted to horror stories. All in all, I think you can stop them. If you ban the game, they'll listen to you. You are a celebrity doctor, after all. So they have a whole cache of these powders stocked there, huh? They've probably only taken a few, but they know the places, so they will continue getting more. Getting poisoned again and again. It's a lottery. No one can remember which powder is which, what the recipe was. It's a be cured or die situation. Alright, we'll drag Loafer out of this. Perhaps I'll find a use for the powders too.
Do you know anything about the disease?
You should have just left it at, do you know anything? Victoria, what has your father been up to lately? Because she said, I'm so worried about that. Executing the orders of our new governor. What a disgrace. Using your name as an excuse. Saburov has ordered my father to organize an isolation ward, a hospital, and something else at his own expense. I hope my father treats you well. Afraid it might be I who mistreats him. If anything goes wrong, do tell me. And again, it's often good to just be nice to people. You're more likely to get more out of them if you, anyway. My father is truly a miserable man. Can you imagine how heavy the burden of his responsibility is? He is in charge of the lives of several thousands of people. I am also responsible for the lives of several thousands of people now. Let us hope that your father will support me out of mutual respect, if nothing else. Of course he will. You must already know that our family used to be very rich. I happened to find out that almost all of our resources went to the capital, to bribe officials and obtain drugs. Do not be harsh on him. How in the world did he manage to transfer the money to the capital? I cannot possibly guess. Curious.
Guests are always welcome here.
Tell me, when is your father planning to unlock the termitary? Until the specialized medicine arrives. Several thousands of people live there. They cannot be allowed to get infected. Is it a known fact that there are no sick people inside? It is known for a fact that no one gets sick in the polyhedron. Not a single person has left it since the very beginning of the epidemic. Now the children are notifying their parents that they're all in good health. Parents themselves are begging the children to stay inside. Can you honestly swear to me it's the same with the termitary? I really hope so. Father knows what he's doing. Alright. I think that's everything.
Is it really lethal?
Yeah. Now, off to Vlad's, and there had better be some people on the street. Because this whole everybody missing thing, it's not convenient. Just the sick dude again. Have enough money to buy anything really. Lemon. And enough for a delicious egg. But I do want that lemon. That quest, I guess that's off to battle with the boy. I still haven't found today's actual main quest yet, but I'm sure I will. Ruben might give it to me when I find him, I'm not sure. Or it might be from Saburov. And go in peace. Just... I guess it's still early in the day, so hopefully they'll start coming out soon. So yeah, let's see. Big Vlad, Vlad the Younger will tell me where to find Ruben. Again, I don't object to using metagame knowledge, but I do want to try and have, you know, the conversations with the characters as well, generally speaking. Alright, Vlad. Vlad?
Did you
There
hear
we
that?
go.
Did it come from inside the well? Or am I getting the jitters?
Yes and yes. Ruben's disappeared. His home has been infected and looted. Neither his body nor Simon's was there. Where could he have gone? I don't know. I haven't seen him. Do you suspect that Ruben is dead? Why should I suspect that? If Ruben were alive, he would undoubtedly make his whereabouts known, and he certainly wouldn't keep quiet about the pest getting inside the town. He's one of the few who have an actual understanding of what that entails. Is that what you think? Well, if neither Ruben nor Simon were in the dead house, that means that Ruben has at least attempted to move the Keeper's body to another place. Otherwise, we would have to surmise that someone had stolen 2 infected bodies with peculiarly obscure purposes. Wouldn't you agree? So what is the other place? There are several locations where Ruben could have taken the corpse, but I have no plans to reveal them to you until you do our family a favor in return. Gladly, unless it takes up too much of my time. I want to settle the dispute between us and the Canes concerning our unwillingness to let emissaries into the termitary. I don't know what the Canes are thinking, but we are not harboring anything or anyone there that could be of even remote interest to them, especially to my deeply esteemed fellow Victor. So why don't you let the inspectors in? First of all, it's dangerous. The rabble is rioting. I've told you about that more than once already. Secondly, Father will not submit to the younger Cain's orders. If this keeps up, we'll soon be taking orders from his 10-year-old son. Fine. What's your plan? The Cains are hiding something too. They have their own skeleton in the closet, and it's even more unsightly than ours. Our closet is full of our own workers. Theirs is full of other people's children. You could make sure that thing is well inside the polyhedron, then trust me, the termitary is fine too. It's an enclave, closed chamber. Was the polyhedron closed after the termitary? And it was much closer to the original source of the plague, to Simon Cain. Sounds convincing. I'll inspect the polyhedron and talk to Victor, but I'll ask a favor of you in return. Help me find Simon's body. Try to curb the righteous anger of the judge and the terrible Victor. They seem to have finally decided to harass my father to death. By the way, that's not him saying that Victor is lousy. That's him saying that Victor is terrifying. It's an antiquated usage again. I have no doubt that no matter what he did, it's not his fault. If you do that, I will gladly assist you. Deal. And... yeah. And...
Interest speaks all sorts of tongues.
Yep. I'm just getting hung up on the scenery today. See, before I head down to the infected district to look for the boy who's there testing a schmouter so that I can stop him from, you know, eating it and dying. I'm gonna go back up to the north to continue this quest, because while I'm here, I might as well knock it out, right? Maybe it's just that it's raining. Why the streets are so deserted. I forget how long it's been doing that, though. I guess it doesn't really matter. So, yeah. I love that immediately the big families all start pointing fingers at one another, and just... priorities, priorities. Canes want you to get into the abattoir, Volgimskis want you to get into the polyhedron, and neither of them wants to let anybody into either. Or into the other, rather.
Is this disease indeed as deadly as they say?
Yep. I come bearing news from the Olgimskis. It has to do with the termitary. Most curious, what is it? Vlad the Younger asked me to tell you the following. The termitary had been closed before the polyhedron was, and there are many witnesses to that. Really? What is he getting at? He has no reason to believe that the situation inside the termitary is different from that inside the tower. Ingenious. Damn it. Alright, so be it. If that's how he's spinning it, then I'm forced to leave him alone. For now. You can tell him that. It will only last until we find proof that not everything is in order inside the termitary. Perhaps you might order your son to open the polyhedron so that Olgimski's agents could inspect it? That will give us the right to inspect the termitary. My son has long ceased obeying me. He regards me as an enemy. Only Nina had influence on him. His beloved sister was somebody he might have trusted, but now even Maria can't make him open the polyhedron. And I wouldn't take the risk, either. But the children remain fortified. I'd like to make sure that your confidence is not groundless. My son has now founded a kingdom of his own. There it is, towering above our sinful earth. He wouldn't let anyone into that world, not even his own father. If you're interested to know what's going on there, give it a try. Maria thinks you're a man for whom nothing is impossible. I, too, have long been interested in what's going on inside that place. So, let's see. Yeah. Great. And I'm gonna talk to Georgi.
To be wise for others than to be so for oneself.
Very true. I myself am not great at taking my own advice. I'm gonna talk to Georgi and Maria real quick, just in case they have any light to shed on the situation. Also, sadly, none of the children in the polyhedron are willing to trade with you. Alas. Because that's a guaranteed source of NPCs.
What is this disease?
Maria, I need to get into the polyhedron. You cannot. It's off limits, especially to you, since you tend to plunge into the thick of battle. Who knows what you might bring back on your coat? Yes, in Daniel, I admire your courage. If the impression you've made on me is not fallacious, then you belong to the kind of people that the world is running out on. My feats are much humbler than they may appear. Tell me, is it possible that the infection has already struck at those who are hiding in the tower across the river? Never! Upon my word of honor, rest assured that no evil can ever make its way there. Simon's focus also appeared to be impregnable to any visitors. That didn't save him, though. Simon was killed by Isidore. I realize that with great clarity now. Simon himself had brought his murderer along into focus. And yet, not an hour goes by without me shuddering at the thought of that omnipresent evil creeping into the specular fortress of the polyhedron. I am watching the situation there closely. Trusting neither my gift nor my intuition, I get hourly updates from Khan. I'd like to talk to your brother. All right. Climb the tower. Khan will confirm that I'm right. I appreciate your trust. I won't let you down. I have not already been there. Why would he lie about that?
Oh, Mother. Why can't you be here with us?
It's a long story. So it's still early yet, only 8 a.m. I was going to talk to Georgi. Already been to the tailor there. As I believe I've mentioned, I do tend to just think aloud under these circumstances, apparently. Yeah, I will just see what he's got going today.
Who could have thought?
Okay, nothing's changed since before dawn. Sometimes that's the trigger for today's dialogue to unlock. Sometimes it happens at midnight. You just never know. So, yeah. Welcome to the Polyhedron. Swathed in fog, as everything around here is, but beyond it, only the endless steppe. But what you might notice is that it appears to be made out of drafting paper. Drafting paper on which has been drafted a very strange structure. Although, interestingly, you will note that pretty much everybody else refers to it as a specular tower, Tower of Mirrors. And, yeah, it is a long, long walk up this impossible structure. But, let's see here. Before I go inside, I just want to show off something dumb and cool. This is such a silly thing you can do. It's a little finicky to get right, though. Oh, I love this game. There's the angle, there it is, and you can, if you want, stand on the very tippy top of the polyhedron. Not a whole lot to see up here, but I think it's neat. Goodbye! Well, that didn't go quite as well as I'd hoped. Didn't get much horizontal distance. But that's okay. What's up, Doghead? Can't go inside, or else the tower will topple. I'm a friend of the Kanes. I've come to see Khan. You're in luck, then. Khan has left the Facets to mourn his grandfather. Come in, but don't try to get inside. You really don't want us all to perish, do you? Do you? I really don't. So this is the antechamber of the polyhedron.
It's only too easy to fall into pieces.
Adults are not allowed in here. It can topple the tower. Here's what people think of Khan. Been a little while since we met somebody, huh? Ava says, Casper is the dark leader of the children. He has a lot of followers. An extraordinarily courageous boy. That alone is reason enough to respect him. Like all Canes, he has been practicing novel art since childhood. He's privy to mysteries that often turn out to be genuine and effective. It's not often that he refers to them, sharing the knowledge quite unwillingly. Capella and he are the rulers of the children's world in our town. As Katerina says, he is an ivory tower mandrake, born and bred, an imperious and smart boy that's been offered an opportunity to do deeds of an epic scale without any regard for the price that will have to be paid for them. I won't be staying for long. Who do I have the pleasure of talking to? My name is Casper. I am son to Victor and Nina, the youngest of the Canes. Now you name yourself. Bachelor Dankovsky. Are you a friend of our family? I am.
It's only too easy to fall into pieces.
You wanted to speak to me. I'm listening. I'm the one who's listening, boy. Tell me about this structure. It's a mystery. You won't be able to fathom it. Do you see these walls? Yes. I thought so. We children do not see them. There on the left is the coast of the New Sea. Behind you are the cleft islands. Behind my left shoulder, the knot of the 5 footpaths. Facet a little way to the left from it is actually the collapsed bridge from the legend of the Ever Reborn. I see now, it's a poetic allegory. We're all dreamers in here. What are the walls you see made of, guest? Looks like paper to me. Strange. Very strange. The average thick-headed grown-up sees mirrored surfaces. It's the reason they're calling this the specular tower. Each person only sees an infinite series of their own reflections. That was the design. There are really 1,000 children in here? Yes, but they're all on the other side of the facets. You can't see them, but they see you clearly. Facets are a reliable barrier. Against what? You. Your doppelgangers. Everyone who comes from across the river. I don't have any doppelgangers. Though, we of course know that Khan is referring to the Harrowspecks and the Changeling. You do, 2 of them, also endeavoring to save humanity. At least, that's what they say. Every word they utter mirrors yours. So far, they've caused nothing but harm. What kind of harm? Our salvation lies in repose and silence. Our town must stay still now. Freeze like someone who's stirred up a nest of venomous snakes. Then the disease will abate and burn up in its own flames. I was told these were your words, were they? More like my thoughts, really.
It's only too easy to fall into pieces.
And... right. So, great. Now I can, return to, okay, I can't go further inside yet. And return to, I don't think I can talk to either of the dog heads, by the way. No, any of the dog heads, rather. Turn to Vlad the Younger, and he will tell me where Ruben is, most likely. Also gonna swing by the Canes again, though. Because it is never a bad idea to check back... well, it is rarely a bad idea to check back in with, everybody involved. Because... you never know, you might be able to, get a little something out of it. I forget which quests have any rewards, clearly, based on the first 2 days. Do like the little, landing spot there. Just a nice little detail. Sorry, just enjoying the music. Oh, not as much now. It's not a bad soundtrack song by any means, but I like the step drum song.
Olgimsky.
Oh, I should have heard what he had to say. Oh well. Oh well. Maria probably won't have anything to add. And Victor I could see going either way. Although she did ask me to record, but still. So stupid.
Why can't I move on my own?
Because you're an NPC in Pathologic. Right. Then Victor, then Vlad the Younger. Making good progress. That's why it's a good idea to start early. Because the hours of the day slip away. Just like in real life.
That does it. I'm going to break soon.
Okay. You do that. On the way, I'll find some NPCs to trade with, some wandering townsfolk out on the street. Or perhaps not. So, it's pretty clear that I'm tired today. That's the low energy commentary, even by my own high standards. Yeah. Alright, so I think this is probably going to be the last thing I need to do with Vlad today, at least. That's something, anyway. He... slimy man. Although he, winds up being very important in everybody's run. Because it's interesting, neither Vlad is among any of the bound, though apparently in the original release of Pathologic,
really
Vlad the Younger
contagious?
was among the Utopians. I managed to settle the matter. Victor will no longer insist on inspecting the termitary. I'll keep my word. Honoring the Venerable Simon's remains is our mutual goal. We are bound by the same grief. There's a ripper, perhaps even more than one, on the loose in the knots. I think they're runaway butchers. Runaway butchers? Or those few who were unlucky enough to find themselves outside when the termitary was blocked off. Now they're hiding in the town. I believe they're stealing the dead to use their bodies for divination. That is what a Haruspex is, yes. They have their own future-telling techniques. Or, well, I mean, technically that's what necromancy is, period. But, Haruspicy is divination using the entrails, specifically. They have their own future-telling techniques. Still, what does Reuben have to do with this? I'm convinced that it was those people who stole the body from him. Are you interested in finding out where they could have taken it? Absolutely. To be honest, I'm not sure myself. One curious young man managed to trace their path. It seems they have been carrying the dead to the Spleen district. I'll mark the house on your map. I'm not sure myself, but I can mark it on your map. If they resist, am I allowed to kill them? Not only kill, but take whatever possessions of theirs you may find in that house. Body snatchers are no longer protected by law, even if they happen to be butchers. Very well. Alright, so yeah, that's here in the middle of town. To bridge across to the Sabarov's place, so since I need to go exploring down here, I might take basically this route. Cross the bridge into the Sabarovs and to find the boy in the infected district, and thence to the house with the stolen bodies.
I
think that's
am
everything.
crushed by these walls.
Yeah, well, then why are you staying here, man? Also, why are you the only one of the bound that's actually allowed to walk around? It's odd. Alright. Hey, a flower, good. That'll come in useful if I ever see any NPCs again. NPCs on the street, specifically. Good, and good. I mean, might as well, right? Just in case they ever come back. I think it's probably Sabarov who has the main quest. I'm sure I'll get a letter about it at some point. But in the meantime, other tasks are good enough. This is truly bizarre. Why are the sick men the only wandering NPCs? Is my save bugged? I really hope not. Yeah, it's been ages since I've seen any wandering NPC other than them. There were hardly any at all yesterday. Oh, I'm gonna stop by this tailor over here. Might as well. And well, at least he's got a needle. Again, they'll come in useful if I ever start seeing NPCs again. I don't think Aspidy's gonna have anything to say to me, so I'm not gonna bother talking to her right now. So that's the wrong sidewalk. I mean, the wrong entryway. Oh, right. Actually, the one I actually came through was further back behind me. But that's fine. There is... It's a person! Trade with me! Trade with me! I've got so much junk for you! Oh, she's got a lockpick. Great. How much do they cost? Just probably 5 or something. Yep. All done. And what the heck? I might as well, take some rifle bullets while I'm at it. Ah. Thank goodness. You have no idea how good it is to see you, kid. Got nothing I want. I'll swing in and see Anna. She often has things to say.
Changeling has been seen in a Tweerin den. What could she possibly have to talk about with Andre?
I mean, lots of things. Also, she can sell the herbs she gathers, since she can't brew with them, unlike Aerospecs. It's pretty lucrative, actually. Potentially. So, let's see. Okay. Sabarov's district is plagued, so best thing to do is going to be to approach it using this back sidewalk here. Yes, please. Oh, right, I don't. Right now. I will take a flower, though. So, those. And one of those. How much is the Tweerin now? Aha, it did come down in price. So actually, right. I'm gonna get some Tweerin, and oh gosh, do I have anything? I also want the coffee. Yeah, those are my priorities. Now I have no money. Okay, well, you know, it's good. I got a good amount of useful objects. Tweerin, I think, is kept in drugs. Yes. Ultimately, I'm gonna want more, but,
I've had my
obviously
share
I can't
of
stock
dancing.
up this instant.
The curtain falls.
My share of dancing. Hats off to the fine guest. Do get intoxicated with us, you prisoner of science. If you care for your bodies so much, how come there are so many murderers roaming the streets? Am I not supposed to hurt them, too? The bastards deserve to be exterminated. No one will punish you for killing a criminal. Official decree was just announced by Sabarov's men. So what, are you planning to get your hands... planning to get your hands dirty, too? And why not? Muggers and killers hold nothing sacred, so they're exempt from sacred laws and traditions. They pulled their knives first. You're free to disembowel them, tear their arms off, and perforate them to your heart's content. I hate to say it, but glad to hear that.
My condolences to the new governor.
Do you believe in prophecies, Andre Stramatin? It depends. I agree, this may seem inconsistent with materialism. On the other hand, when your own experience convinces you to their effectiveness, you have to take them into account. Have you been foretold something? The day before yesterday, Katerina foretold my untimely death. Katerina is not talentless. That means you will die sooner or later. Nothing to be done about it. Spoken like a true optimist.
That's it. There's nothing left here. Run. Run!
A girl named Anna Angel lives in the neighborhood. Is she the Angel of Thunderstorm fame? No, that was another one. Also called Angel, yeah. Do you think Anna is a singer? Ha! No one has ever heard her sing, because she's not a singer at all. She's hiding from the powers that be here. Any noise scares her shitless. What was the crime? She claims to be a political case, but really, look at her. Does she really look like she belongs to the underground? She has nothing to do with the February revolt. Although, where there's smoke, there's fire. I think the sweet girl used to serve as a cover for the Ace of Diamonds caravan. And if my guess is right, I wonder what her position was. We're all monsters here, see? A town of freaks, eh? Ace of Diamonds. There was a Guignol play about it. The Theater of Death, right? Nice reference to the Grand Guignol, which I'm probably butchering the pronunciation of, but... Right, the caravan. Don't you remember? The kidnapping story? The accusation of thimble riggers? Have you forgotten that orgy, brackets, of violence, close brackets, in the capital? They started killing street performers on sight. Our own Mark Immortal ended up on the run. I've already met him, but I do like to just get people's take on things and get as much information out of them as I can. Who is Mark Immortal? The director of our theater, a genius puppet master. He also directs Masks. You should take a look. It's in the Barrow, on the Spinning Yarn Square. I'd like to know more about the local theater. If you haven't drunk your tongue out, that is. Immortal has dug out some ritual masks of an ancient steppe cult. Now he's having fun with them, and with himself. Claims that the local mimes can tell the future. As for me, I think he's making fun of the mistresses, and by extension of us all. Motley buffoon. Yes, I think I've seen this kind of masks somewhere.
My condolences to the new governor.
What would you say about Maria? Maria? I'd say the brilliance of her talent is going to surpass even Nina's one day. Maria will be grabbing stars by the handful while sipping Earth's magma. I'm putting great hopes in her. Please note that I seriously mean it. Not a hint of irony in my voice. What's the nature of her talent, then? Every Kane possesses this gift, the ability to see the unseen and achieve the unachievable. This art doesn't have a name because very few people have mastered it. Maria is concealing her true power for the time being, but it has already become apparent that she will stop at nothing when the time comes. Her sheer power will justify any despotism that would spring for it. Not a great attitude. Amazing. Are you saying that there are records of each of the Kanes displaying these abilities? Yeah, sure. Please find the certificate verifying their dragging into the daylight talents attached to their wall. It's no fucking child's play, not a trade that allows you to start a small hole-in-the-wall business. If you need illustrative magic tricks, go to the theater. Makes sense. Don't need to get so angry.
I've had my share of dancing. The curtain falls.
Andre, what's your opinion of Victor Kane? Victor is a natural-born ruler. He could be doing it all by himself. It's Victor, not Georgi, who is Simon's true heir. But he wants to leave this place to further his education and get a degree. Treachery, if you ask me. Aren't you being too harsh on him? Not at all. The Kanes may seem like unpredictable, petty tyrants, but we have them to thank for that horrendous civil war passing our town by. Powers that be, can't you see? Instead of building a utopia in this wreck of a country, they're tearing the last scraps of the good that had been done by their predecessors into even smaller scraps. Do you think it's easy to make a stand in a situation like this? Still can't see what Victor has to do with it. Somehow, and I can only explain it with sorcery, Simon was able to redirect the games that the powers that be play away from our modest town. They never paid attention to us, never violated us, never touched us at all, and the town flourished. Victor was a good disciple to Simon. He'll manage to renew his achievement. Georgi won't. Then why hasn't Victor left yet? His love for Maria is holding him back. He sees Nina's ghost in her, after all. I can relate, too. Living in the town where everything reminds you of her is unbearable. But I'd rather see him grab the power and compel the town to make another turn, bringing it upwards. How about another drink? Hey, he gave me some twire. Nice. Or twirid, rather. Twire's the herb.
Who would have thought? The plague is on our doorstep. So,
Ooh, me.
it has come to this.
Me, I did. Tell me about Grace. Grace, ah. corpse lover's daughter. She's the cemetery keeper's daughter. The late cemetery keeper's daughter. What is there to tell? The daughter of the caretaker of the cemetery. He used to drink like a fish and got his baby girl addicted to Twirin too. Driven her mother to an early grave, and would have driven the daughter too had he not died of that shit himself. He offered her Twirin since she was a child? Mm-hmm. She's not much of a talker. The dead offer her company more often than the living. She used to look after the graves since she was a child. That obviously messed with her little head. She's a guardian spirit of the local cemetery, just like the Mother Superior is the guardian spirit of the termitary. Who's the Mother Superior? The daughter of the Commandant. She's like an ant queen of the whole Doss house. Rumor has it, the monsters tend to her every need, spoon-feeding the girl. I'd like to have a look. I never.
I've had my share of dancing. The curtain falls.
Your eyes are positively turning green, and they used to be brown. 'Cause he's drinking so much, see? Alright. Don't think he furthered any quest, but still good to stop by. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's right, the Sabarov's district is still fine as the, one further north. So, let's see what Katarina's up to. Probably morphine, if I had to guess. Oh, hi, Clara. We haven't met yet. I'm gonna talk to Katarina first.
The wheel of my fortune has touched me in a dream.
The end is nigh. Only a miracle can save us. We have to hope for my girl. There's no other choice. The end is nigh. Why? 3 ends, actually. It can end in 3 different ways. The town has been teetering on the verge for far too long, balancing on the edge, like a ball trying to choose one of the 3 pockets. If it doesn't fall into one of them soon, the edge will rip it apart. The body will rot with bloody mold, and plague will devour this land. What do you mean? Simon's woven equal shares of love and hate into this town. His genius kept the feelings of those who adhered to the 3 different principles in check. He knew how to derive benefit from their contrariety. Now discord has become meaningless. Like the town itself, the 3-pointed taglure is frozen in a deadly stalemate. The town's fall is inevitable. Could you please explain what exactly you are trying to say? Simon has built a puzzle. Everybody he bound were generally utopians or termites. Termites being the children. But I insist that he's built the town as a triangle. So I declare loyalty to the 3rd idea, the faith of humility. I am their mistress. There's neither heat nor cold anymore. There is only earth. Why the big words, or have I accidentally just overheard something not intended for my ears at all? I suggest you make up your mind. Simon's death untied the connections. People got loose like the stitches of a poorly knitted sweater. You know of the 3 wills and the 3 ideas they adhere to. Someone will have to die, while another will live. Or will it be others? I suspect you will have a say in the matter. Bachelor Dankovsky. I refuse to become anyone's death. Please be so kind as to notice. There stands a girl. Her name is Clara, and it's within her hands to tie or untie our fate. It's fine if you don't want to help. She will make sure that the new balance that arises is proper. How? This blessed girl has the power to decide who lives and who dies. She has the right. My spouse and I trust her. She is the emissary of fate, a guardian angel. Not a harbinger like I used to think, but rather a miracle maker. Wait a minute, so what am I supposed to do? Keep in mind the 3 outcomes, please. The town is overburdened. It's filled with too many unnecessary things. So reconfigure the fates. Our future path will be decided by the new list of the bound, as shall the future outlook of our miserable little world. Speak to the dazzling Maria about this, if you will. I will. You're scaring me.
What is this disease?
Alright, and once again, gentle viewers, I'm going to be right back. So, getting a little hungry, as well eat something.
My eyes.
You've changed. Or am I imagining things?
So the Haruspecs and the Changeling you can't get further perspective on. None of the other characters offer their perspective, alas. Because they're special. Like you. I shall see to it that the people of Gobos Taglur, who will of necessity have to surrender their lives to me, will not have them given in vain. The new generation will not include mortal enemies. The new world will be built on universal love and concord. Are you intending to build a new world? Yes. We'll exterminate all those who try to play the antagonism of day and night, or of reason and the earth, to their own advantage. We'll exterminate those who have made the Olgimsky and Kane clans the banners of this war. We'll exterminate those who've used the powers of the Dream Mistresses and the will of the heads of houses to fan the flames of this meaningless strife. To what end? Someone's going to have to cleanse away the filth. The party of the humble will lay itself upon the altar of the common good, and the people will hate us instead of mourning our sacrifice. Only those we take with us will grow to love us. This is what will be. Thus say I, and the mistress heeds my words. So how are you going to cleanse away the filth? They'll exterminate themselves. Everyone is at risk now, and death will more than once raise its scythe for many, and these days death is bound to raise its scythe above every link of the Taglur. That's the bound, by the way. But since we foresee these moments, we'll mercifully save many from this terrible reaping. Hang on, has Governor Saburov heard this diatribe yet?
My eyes.
I'm sick. The world is going dark.
Far-off bells always ring sweet.
My eyes look.
So yeah, that's definitely your first hint that, there's more to the Changelings ending than you might think, but we'll get to that. Oh, crap. So yeah, the district next door is plagued, as you can see from the boils on the house walls, but we'll get oh, crap, rats. I'm gonna get inside. The boils on the house walls, but, we'll see those up closer in a minute. Rats are super, super annoying. I should have kept my scalpel.
Hurts. Can it be constant?
I'll get a knife at some point.
Prospex and his kind band together. That's a good enough reason.
We are doing worse than ever. The infection is spreading. What makes you say that? The disease is spreading quickly. The neighboring district is almost entirely steeped in infection by now, and even though the powers that be have informed me that help is on the way, I doubt that they're aware of the rate of spread. Let's not lose hope. What are you working on now? I tend to start studying the Pathologic culture now, which is why I'd like to ask for your help. What kind of help can I offer you? I need equipment. I found out by chance that Isidore's laboratory was ransacked during the recent riots. I'd be grateful if you found the perpetrators and confiscated what they had looted. Yes, I've heard that. They're already being investigated. However, I would not call Barak's dwelling a laboratory. It was more of a workshop. There weren't many valuables there. Still, I will let you know when the stolen items are recovered. Thank you.
Yes.
Where will the hospital be set up? Vlad Olgimsky is in charge of this matter. He has agreed to provide funds and manpower. Talk to him. About burials, who has assumed responsibility for burying the deceased? Volunteers don't see a danger there for now. Townspeople are coping on their own. Why does that interest you? I need tissue samples from someone who died of the sand fever.
Is there really no way to cure the disease?
Your wife says the strangest things. You think so? And have you met Clara yet, Bachelor? Yes, just had the pleasure. Isn't the girl a bit of a megalomaniac? Clara really does possess unusual abilities. It's true that she can inspire love and trust at first sight. It's also true that her touch is imbued with remarkable energy, a healing power. However, the nature of that power remains a mystery to me. What's your own opinion of her? I have long been paying special attention to that girl. That is a lie, because Clara appeared on the scene 3 days ago. But, I repeat, I still know nothing about her, despite having talked to her throughout the last few days. And I cannot explain the facts that I have witnessed. It would be interesting to hear your opinion. Why did you mention Clara at all? I just wanted to find out how well you knew her. I've heard some rumors, and I know by now what local gossip is worth, not to be ignored, but not to be taken literally either if one cares about one's sanity. Okay, well, I thought that
I
might
will
get me a little further.
restore the order here, rest assured.
Yeah, sure you will. It's fine, there's always next time. Panic would be the least helpful thing right now. Okay. Still no letter. Still no main quest. I'm gonna stop in to see Peter on my way to go look for the kid in the infected district. And, yeah, ah, crap. Okay, I'm not infected, not infected. I still have immunity, not infection. I think. Okay, good. Thank goodness. Oof. Oh, crap, no, I do have infection. Damn it. Okay. Normally I do a little better. Don't just get it. It's seconds of walking into the first place district. But I guess I'm about to test a spouter anyway, so that's fine. Okay. Golly. Come on. Oh boy, jeez Louise. Sup, Peter?
There are fine things, old boy, which are more brilliant when unfinished than when finished too much.
Daniel, do you know how Katerina sleeps? There's an ancient skin of a steppe aurochs stretched above the floor at the Rod cellar. The bedhead is indeed a head, a huge mummified head, hanging to the floor, its horns scratching the walls. This is where Sabarova slugs, while rats scurry across the skin like a living carpet. You think this is funny? I'm not joking, not at all. Perhaps I've painted too colorful a picture, but I'm just trying to convey the general gist. Rats are whispering lies in her ear. Days of yore, women used to couple with bulls to extort mysteries of the future from them. Humankind is growing smaller and pettier. It's all surrogate. Is that your way of caring for the humankind? Oh, it's not like I care all that much, but it hurts. The world that until recently was sucking on the steppes' vapors, nurtured with its humors, is lost now, and that loss is cutting at my heart with a knife. It was still alive a mere couple of years ago. I've witnessed the agony of its grandeur. The wheel of history has already crushed many things that were worth saving.
Have you heard, old boy? Vlad's henchmen have found the runaways' hideout. They've been sent back to the termitary.
Do you like Eva? Ava? I do. I don't think she's lecherous. I love it that she's eager to unclothe her loins at any opportune moment, never ashamed of her nudity in the slightest. She may seem lewd, but that's just her personality trait. Ava is overflowing with unrequited love. She fell in love with my creation when it was merely a design. You mean the tower across the river? Yes. In my opinion, it deserves admiration and respect. Creations of my haggard mind bewilder people. Sometimes they even inspire awe. Never love. Even the children who can't live without it at all, who spend their days being there and playing there. Truth, even the children cannot stand it. It's unwieldy and ill-suited for life. To fall in love with it, you have to have a vivid imagination. Huge heart. Ava qualifies, I take it. Undoubtedly. She could have become the soul of my creation, but for some reason she hasn't. Any idea why? I'll tell you if I find out.
You're close. I know that.
There is an Anna Angel, a singer, living around here, right? There is. Poor Anna has lost her voice. I sympathize with her because I can relate, and because she keeps her chin up. I hate whiners. Thirdly, I can't shake the feeling that she's facing someone else's music, reaping the consequences of someone else's sin. What do you mean? Day by day, she's waiting for a visitor who's going to rip out her soul. This is the torture a lesser person wouldn't be able to bear. Who's this visitor? Theories abound. Rumor has it she used to seduce certain people for the benefit of smugglers or conspirators, but personally I don't believe it.
There are fine things, old boy, which are more brilliant when unfinished than when finished too much.
Tell me about Maria Cana. She's a star. The star. Maria is flawless. They say she lacks internal self-control, that she can go to any length. That is also a lie. Her self-control is staggering. It's just that she loves her mother too much. She tries to imitate Nina's style. Is that a bad thing? It doesn't matter. Whatever Maria does, she deserves to have any sin absolved, if only for the sheer fact that she begets true magic, and if the price of it are her insane escapades, then so be it. Make do. Some daring logic.
What, is it really fatal? So it's serious. I see.
Yeah. What about Victor Kane? You like him at all? Victor was the only person that Nina used to obey not out of fear, but having recognized his superiority. She used to obey Simon and Georgi as well, but she followed their words like any person when commanded by an elder. It was merely her way to pay tribute to their family's strict traditions, and yet she rendered complete obedience to Victor, even though he never asked for it. So what's your point? Exactly. It's mysterious. How did he manage to bring this demon to his heel? Why did he allow her absolute freedom of choice? Basically, Victor is hiding something. I think he's waiting for Georgi to make an unpopular move, finally show his real face. Just kidding. I don't find your jokes funny.
Old boy.
That's the one that sounds weird. These noises are driving me insane. I'm not sure if I'm seeing things or if hell has finally come after me. Then stop drinking to excess. How is it possible that you have absolutely no respect for your wondrous head? Not really the best way to convince somebody to stop drinking, but to be fair, Daniel was under a lot of stress. And probably not really that patient with people at the best of times. Alright, well, can't believe I just ran straight into that freaking steam cloud. So stupid. Oh well. Oh well. That's a stationary one. In case it wasn't obvious. I haven't seen many guards around either. Think about it, just in general. And nothing else. Okay. I forget exactly where the kid is. He's somewhere near Simon's house. But it's not right in there. I think it might be in... might be over. Sorry, my left monitor will sometimes just blank out for a second. I think it might be the HDMI cable. Ah, asking ye shall receive. Want to barter. Ah, you got nothing for me? Come on! First one I see in ages. Well, since I'm here, I might as well talk to Sticky.
Someone's leaned against my window at night. Ooh, spooky.
Now is not a good time to talk, however important the matter. I love that coming from this kid. Nothing important, I'm just doing the rounds. Which is fair. But yeah, anyway, I think he might be in here. Ah, called it. Monitor just... okay. Ow! Loafer? Uh-huh, that's me. And how do you know me? Victoria told me. Capella knows I'm here? Gah! Look, could you tell her I didn't go anywhere and you just randomly bumped into me here, eh? Or, better still, not here, but over there, by the river? If you will leave... I will if you leave at once. And give me the schmouter. I've been told that this is the place where this, you know, sort of tongue comes out of the ground, a tongue made of dirty lumps. like, made of thick air. You're standing at that exact spot, sir. Give me the box. I'll test it myself. Oh, actually, you seem to be right. I do have a fever. Let me take the schmouter, will you? Run back to your crowd and tell them that I banned the test since schmouters are deadly rather than curative. I'll testify that you stood your ground until the very end. Alright, I suppose I'm in no position to argue. But you will confirm what really happened here, right? If anyone asks? Give me the box already, will you? I don't like the prospect of you poisoning yourself. So yeah. Oh, he gave me the schmouter and I didn't test it right away. Right. So... Now, in terms of role-playing, I should take it right away. Because, you know, otherwise I would be spreading the plague wandering around, but... rats. Literally. Actually, I'm gonna take it just to complete the side quest, because I might as well. Once I am out of here, fortunately, the rat will also despawn as soon as I go into a house. Oh, boy. I'm gonna go around to, Katarina's side. Yeah, the rat will just follow you forever until you go inside. Yeah, anyway, I feel like it's less likely to... the one is less likely to spawn right there. Okay. So I'm gonna actually wait until I get back to Capella's before I do that. And I'm not gonna... I'm not going to mess around with too much with reloading saves, just if I don't like the reward for a quest I completed, that kind of thing. Unless I just messed it up, as I did with a quest on a previous day. I consider it fair game to actually complete the quest. I think Yulia didn't have anything to say. Right, the house with the butchers, that's where I'm going. Oh, I'm here. What do you know? Sure. They will, of course, immediately hear me and come after me. Oh, wait, or do they? No, they don't. Okay. If I hear plague clouds buzzing, this shouldn't be an infected house. It doesn't look like. Okay, nobody's down here. So that's convenient. Oh, right, the bodies, duh. Boy. I should have looted this other room, but I was, nervous about potential enemies. And also forgot. Nothing really to take. That's okay. There will be more upstairs. This can be certain. Oh, that's right, they don't even attack until you, attack them or go inside. Syringe. I think I ever found just a loose syringe on my first playthrough. Heck, also, was that a letter that just arrived? Yes, Ruben's letter. We need to plan the battle in advance, the battle being the task that lies ahead of us. I will not give up without a fight, even if everyone else has come to terms with their own mortality. We need to join our forces, Bachelor, and combine our diverse skills. Our enemy is invisible, ubiquitous, and dissolved into the very things that we will need to purify. The enemy seems invulnerable, but it is not imperceptible, and whatever terror it instills in us is explained simply by our lack of knowledge. If we are to destroy the enemy, we need to study it first. For this, we need to capture it. This is our first and foremost priority. Please forgive my reiteration of self-evident things like these. My only reason for spelling it all out is to better understand it myself. Our goals are not quite the same. I strive to save as many lives as possible, whereas your purpose is to put an end to the outbreak. I've been told of your abiding desire to uncover the truth. I would gladly help you with that, if you will help me achieve my goal. Together we can eradicate the disease and save everything that might still be saved. Stock Reuben. P.S. You will find me at my secret prosectorium in the warehouse district. The map is on the reverse of this letter. Prosectorium being a dissecting room. So, this is Reuben's little, workshop here. Okay, so I think it's him who gives me the actual quest for the day. On the stove. Ah, but good, there's a knife, which means I will, be able to defend myself a little better against rats. Or sell it. As seems appropriate. So since we didn't attack the butcher on day 2, this is our first look at the fellas. And let's see, can I get up here? I think this should probably be a good spot. The bed might be better. Let's see. Can you hit me? No, you can't. Never fight fair. Dang. See? This is why. Because you can shoot them in the head at point-blank range. And, not have it register. And I can't loot them. For whatever reason. But, I think this is not actually the body of Simon Kane, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Oh, the body has been found. Is it Simon? I think it's not actually. Because I think Reuben has the actual body. Or rather, well, we'll find out. You guys have next to nothing for me, huh? Yeesh. Yeesh, I say. Can I already check this? Doesn't matter. Okay. So that was... So I guess I should return to Kane's would be the one, that one. I'm gonna see if I can sell that syringe, but it's probably for trading since it's a sharp object. Giving used syringes to children, what could go wrong? Could use 720. It's useful. But 36. I'll see what it trades for. Probably a half decent amount. Or one trade point. And there are still so few people wandering around. What's up with that? Not you. You don't trade. So I think I do need to actually test the Schmouder to finish the quest. Let's run in, talk to Capella, and see.
Is it really lethal?
I found the boy, but got infected in the process. I warned you, didn't I? Yeah, I should have listened to you. Did that? I was unable to help Capella. I know I just want to see. So I was thinking more like, if I felt like I wasted the Schmouder, then I wouldn't reload to get the Schmouder back, since it is definitely more valuable than whatever reward she's going to give me. I dropped it instead of using it. Of course I did.
It's the same power that my dear mother used
So
to
yes,
glimmer with.
look at that health. Oh boy.
Do you know anything about the disease?
I found the boy. Is everything alright with him? He's not sick, is he? He's not. He was lucky. I'll find the caches as soon as possible. Retrieve the poison. Thank you. You seem to be planning to test them out yourself. Or am I mistaken? I already have. Apparently the one I got was efficient. Next time, you will not be so lucky. We'll see. Oh, nothing either way. Oh. I did say I wouldn't reload to keep the Schmouder if I didn't like the outcome, so I'll stick to it. And besides, having the disease is inconvenient. Having low health is also inconvenient, but more easily fixed. Wow, oh right, my exhaustion is high, I think because I took the Schmouder. But also it might just be that it's almost 1. Daniel has been up since the wee hours. Unlike all the townsfolk, who are nowhere to be found. I mean, where are they? It's so annoying. I'm gonna go talk to Ruben first, just because I'm here. Oh, pfft. It's a different entrance than the one I usually use. Here we go. Alright. What's up?
It'll take them a long time to find me here.
Yeah, I know. Dear colleague, by some happy coincidence I managed to get my hands on a certain vessel that I believe I can recover the pathogen from, which means we are now all set to research the vaccine. But odd as it may sound, I'd rather avoid tapping into that source I mentioned, unless I absolutely have to. I'd rather examine the samples that can be procured from the dead tissue. Wait a moment, how can we possibly produce a vaccine with what scarce equipment we have? It won't be a vaccine per se, but rather a solution that might temporarily bolster the immune system. True, I don't have much in the way of equipment, but I have plenty of reagents, herbal tinctures, Twirin infusions, by and large. The least we can expect is to keep ourselves reasonably safe until a better equipped team arrives. Where are we going to get the dead tissue from? I was going to ask you to bring a sample or two from one of the infected quarters. Be doubly careful, though, and make sure to get the dissection fully cleared with one of the rulers, else the risk would be twice as high as needs be. I'd go myself, but there are reasons that make it impossible for me to leave Simon's body unattended. That's some request. What is this additional danger you speak of? Dissection of dead bodies is something that the locals strongly disapprove of. For steppe people, the human body represents the world. Only a member of a special taglur, Burach, to name one, is allowed to open it up. This is a caste-based privilege, you see. What about you? Do you possess this kind of privilege? Hard to say. My master was planning to bind me with the blood of his kin. In other words, I was to become his foster son. He never got to complete the procedure. As a result, I am formally allowed to perform dissections, but few people know about it. Most of them still see me as a soldier, rather than a butcher. So you did military service. Not for long. I served in General Shoen's army until I was injured in the head by the scaries. I was released soon thereafter. I hear you. But from what I can see, not everyone in town belongs to the indigenous population. No, of course not. But even those who are oblivious of the sacred meaning of the kin's rituals would still oppose unsanctioned dissection, because it's traditionally inappropriate. A cultural taboo, if you will. An autopsy performed by anyone other than a true-born Menku is seen as blasphemy as the worst kind. Even incest is not as repulsive to them. What are the Menku? Translated loosely as men who set apart parts of a whole, the Menku are the adepts of the kin. Butchers, surgeons, prophets, any occupation that has to do with knowing the separate parts that comprise a whole. Fine, but I am definitely not a Menku, so what am I supposed to do? Do pay a visit to Governor Saburov. I wouldn't go to Vlad if I were you. He's too resourceful and too inclined to drag you into his schemes. The Canes are also out of the question, as anything that leads Georgi to me would likely result in Simon's body being removed. I still have a lot of work to do. Sounds reasonable. I'll see you then. Or see you soon.
Take them a long time to find me here.
The infected quarter is hell on earth. It's absolutely impossible to survive there. Do you have any antibiotics at all? Any kind of immune system stimulants? None whatsoever. I don't have any medicine here. Truth be told, this is one of the reasons I would prefer not to enter the infected quarter myself. Now, that's unfortunate. Rumor has it that the Olgimskis have organized the distribution of medicine among a few of the more important townspeople. I had to stay here in hiding, so I did not get any of that. But some of the people you've come to know here will be only too happy to help. Good thinking. I'll follow your advice.
What is this disease?
You are still not being entirely sincere with me, colleague. Tell me about Simon. Well, the initial diagnosis was supported. There is no doubt Simon died to sand plague. And yet you're still studying the body. Why? I want to see what the disease can do to human internal organs. I need more time for that. Didn't even perform an autopsy yet. I thought you wanted to see if Simon had the same anatomy as a regular human being. You see through me, Bachelor. That is indeed my purpose, and this is the reason why I cannot give back the body. I hope you won't tell the Canes where I am. And I'm sorry, folks. Give me just a minute. I'll be right back with you. very sorry about that. Something came up related to work. But fortunately, not anything that I need to go take care of. So that's nice. So, I hope you won't tell the Canes where I am. I won't. I'd be interested to know what the autopsy would reveal. But also, this is interesting. I doubt I will be able to lie if the Canes ask me directly. This is a recurring theme with Daniel. He can evade a question very well, and he can be sarcastic, but he is a terrible liar, and he knows it. And, so this is further evidence that, he may be the fourth autistic, the secret fourth autistic character.
They can be around.
And Ruben, interestingly, does actually have storage you can use. It's, under this desk here. Or this, table here, rather. It does have a microscope. But, yeah, anyway, it's a good spot to, dump formerly key items. There we go, there's the quest. So I should also get some sleep at some point, even though it's the middle of the day, just to, health back up. Because if I take morphine, then sleeping would improve my health. That's how that works. But first, I am going to go up to the Canes, because how am I doing on time? It's a little after 1, so 13, 16, 100 hours, sir! Oh, the warehouses, they really are a maze. Even having played this game, there are a couple of routes I know through them pretty well, but if I stray at all, I risk getting turned around, or if I distract myself at all. Going away I did not intend to go. Oh, NPCs, won't you come talk to me? I've got stuff to trade to you. Where are you all? Is it the rain? Is it a bug? What's going on? Doubt Mark's gonna have anything to say today, but since I'm here, I'm gonna drop in. And I don't think I've talked to Laura since before dawn, so I'll swing by her as well. Hi, Mark.
We have sufficient strength to support the misfortunes of others.
Yep. I love that quote. Other people's problems always seem lesser than our own. In many cases, rather. Don't make the effort to keep them in perspective. Another spot you can get hung up on the scenery. You're useless to me, do you know that? Useless. I'm sorry. I've just had a hard day. Like, I hope you understand that I appreciate you for who you are, and I don't actually see you as simply, in simply a transactional fashion. Feel better soon. Well, the rain stopped at least. I mean, I like the rain, but, even in game, but maybe now people will be out on the street? That'd be nice. If so, I don't want to waste precious daylight sleeping. Damn. am gonna need at least a smidgen of help. Also don't want to waste the Meridorm. So I'm gonna go tell Victor specifically about the body found in the butcher's house.
Glad he's right.
Oh.
Whatever happens in the termitory, it'll be ill-advised to open it now.
Yep. Maybe it's Georgi I talked to. Georgi, where are you? I know where he is. Why am I saying that? I'm just rambling nonsense at this point.
Tell me what you want, and I will tell you who you are.
I found the body snatchers. They were runaway butchers. Did you find the body? A body, dissected and disfigured. However, I find it hard to believe that it once belonged to your brother. I'll show you the building where I found it. Excuse me. I will send my people there at once. You have my gratitude. Just don't bring the body directly to the Crucible, and don't forget to quarantine your people before they return to their everyday duties. 4,000 coins. Heck yeah.
I'm too old. Nothing can harm me anymore.
Yeah. Victor. He might reward me too. I don't remember. Still nobody on the street.
Is this disease indeed?
You don't have more for me. Fine. That's fine. So you don't have a bed in here. I mean, it's fine, but a little weird. Hardly the weirdest thing about the Canes, though. Bueller? Doubt Maria has anything else to say.
Yes.
Ah. Are you aware of Katerina's recent claims? No. What? Did she decide to make herself heard again? Yes, she's made a prophecy that I won't take seriously, of course, but you might find it interesting. What was it? About the doomed ones? Probably so, since she must be seeing more or less the same things that I see, though from an entirely different angle. Katerina is older than me, but her visions are distorted by a prophet known as morphine. Too much noise. She spoke about a taglure that is smothering itself, and therefore requires a corrective intervention involving blood. Did she propose killing? That sounds convincing enough. Katerina has always found evil attractive. I see.
I often feel like someone's looking at us from the other side.
I always feel like somebody is watching me. Let's see. Do some drugs real quick, specifically Meridorm. Oh, and I dropped it. I should talk to Ava too, since I have the Quirin. So just taking some restores a tiny bit of health. I'm not gonna sleep too long because I don't want to lose. Well, actually, do you know what? It's fine. Nobody's out anyway. So I'll sleep the full 5 hours that Meridorm gives me, unless my exhaustion goes all the way down, which it won't. Okay. It's gonna be a letter. Okay. Confidential notation written on your recommendation sent for approval. The annotation for patrolmen, couriers, executors, and sanitary personnel. In order to prevent panic, this annotation is classified, and its contents should be under no circumstances disclosed to the civil population. The disease is incurable. There is no vaccine, neither here nor in the capital. However, there are a few positive facts. 1. The probability of contracting the disease is significantly lower for someone who has taken immune system stimulants. As of now, we believe that A pills and B pills, which really means, alpha pills and beta pills, yellow-colored pills and blue-colored pills, respectively, provide the best protective effect. Excessive doses of these medicaments may be detrimental to one's health. 2. Additional protection is afforded by synthetic clothing. Woolen garments are strictly off-limits, parasites. The clothing should be changed as often as possible. 3. Important! The disease develops sporadically. At its initial stage, it does not progress in any significant way, especially if antibiotics are taken. However, if contact with the infection reoccurs, the development of the disease becomes extremely rapid. The disease is not transmitted by means of droplet infection. As of now, we've yet to find out how it is contracted. It's the giant evil plague clouds with skulls in them, and the ones that look like angels that we haven't seen yet. Anyway, preliminary tests suggest that the disease is not contagious at early stages. Therefore, there is no need to isolate the sick person immediately after the appearance of the symptoms. Appended for the executors. In consideration of your particular line of work, we believe that you will not be able to avoid infection. If you have contracted the disease, do not give in to despair. It would have happened sooner or later anyway. Try your best to conserve the infection at its initial stage. Take antibiotic medicine. Consider using the schmouters. They are extremely dangerous, but they help curb the infection. Epidemic, written on your recommendation, sent for approval. The address to the townspeople as opposed to the emergency workers. Attention all citizens, following the outbreak of a lethal disease commonly known as sand plague, sand pest, and sand dirt, the town authorities hereby declare state of emergency. The disease is extremely contagious. There is still ongoing research as to how the disease is transmitted. Cases of contact and droplet infection have been confirmed. There are currently no vaccine solutions in the town, and none are to be expected before the regular train arrives. Please be extra careful. The townspeople are forbidden to leave their homes unless under special instruction. Remember, the possibility of infection is much lower for those who stay indoors. The citizens are advised to sterilize their household wares, boil their clothing, and exterminate as many vermin as possible. Do not panic. Medics, couriers, and executors will take care of mail delivery, as well as the distribution of drinking water, provisions, and medicine. Requests should be written down and slid under the door for couriers to collect. This address was composed on the instructions of Bachelor Dankovsky and ratified by the State of Emergency Town Governor Alexander Saparov. It is compulsory to follow every advice herein. So yeah, those letters came while I was sleeping. And I finished both of the other tasks I've discovered today. So, yeah. This works out. My health is closer to where it should be. Still not great, but, you know, fine. And... okay. Hunger is looking alright. I just... no. Oh good, it's still light out. I forget what time exactly it gets dark. Despite those letters, normally, people do continue to be out on the streets. I really don't know why there's nobody around. It is very strange. Strange. I swear, this is the most trade goods I've ever had on me in this game. I was actually over here to see, so I'll do that. Sorry, it's very easy for me to get distracted. Just wander around doing whatever.
It will all work out when a regular train comes.
Alright, but this is on the way to Sabarov's, and it does swing by the glitchy stairway to heaven, which is, again, normally a place where there are people to be found. There's often just townsfolk wandering around the streets near here. Ain't nothing. So strange. Well, at least we'll be able to advance the main quest, if nothing else. Oh, right, I should also swing by Broken Heart to pick up some more trade goods in case I ever see
The rabble is
again.
completely out of control. They must have been bottling up their lowly instincts for quite some time.
I need to work with dead bodies. I was told that this work demands your sanction. Is that true? I regret to say that no one can help you there. Local superstition prohibits any violation of a body's integrity. Add a cult of the dead on top. If they see you dissecting a corpse, they might tear you to pieces. It has already happened once. What do you personally think about it? I don't share the views of the steppe people. As a former military man, I regard the taboo against dissecting bodies as mere prejudice. But I wouldn't like my reputation in town to be that of a blasphemer. If someone finds out that I've given you permission to autopsy a corpse, I'm doomed. Listen, Governor, I don't intend to offend anyone's sensibilities. It's the common good that requires your tradition to be violated just this once. I understand, but there's nothing I can do. Let us pretend this conversation never happened. You might want to turn to your new acquaintances. As far as I can judge, they are ready to do anything you ask. I'll do that then. I should hope the infected districts have already reconsidered this reactionary, prejudiced stance. This difficulty could be resolved by some rather sinister people. I'm talking about butchers. Butchers, rather obviously, have no qualms about cutting bodies. Tradition gives them a hereditary right to perform this sacred act. I'm sorry, folks. Give me just a minute. Be right back with you. Another work communication. Just a second. Sorry, just that kind of day. This difficulty could be resolved by some rather sinister people. I'm talking about butchers. Butchers rather obviously have no qualms about cutting bodies. Tradition gives them a hereditary right to perform this sacred act. I've yet to see a single butcher in this town. Of course, Olgimsky had them locked up after another of their strikes. However, it is said that on the eve of the blockade, a group of butchers did not make it back to the termitary on time. Someone is hiding them. There is a house here on Earth whose dwellers know who it is. Take a chance. Thank you. Excellent advice. So that's Aspidy's house.
I've got a firm hand.
Sure you have. Oops. Right. And I'm not going to go out that way because I don't want to walk through the Plagued District again. Where? Townsfolk. This is very strange. I know I keep saying it, but it's so weird. Just don't understand. Where could they have gone? Random townsfolk walking around is an integral part of the overall experience. Okay. Oh, I'm out of pray for them. Oh well. So, I think, probably. Yep, okay. I could go back for them now that I've filled this bottle with water, but having room for bottles of water is in general more useful in a normal playthrough, anyway. But, lack of any people on the street does rather change that. This might have become an inadvertent challenge run. Right, it's the store here. Again. Oh. Excuse me, I bought some food and now I have no money. Just want to see how much it costs. I don't need alpha tablets, that's for sure. Okay. Alpha tablets are pretty much useless. I would hope to trade for some beta tablets with various teenagers, the older girls and boys. But nowhere to be found. Which I really don't know what to make of that. Should be the direct route to Aspidy's place. See? Oh, wait, no, that's not it. Where's my brain? I am still halfway across. NPCs! Oh my goodness! Oh, it's so good to see you. You've all been hiding down here? Why? Drunk. Oh, drunk man, it's so good to see you. Oh, it's been so long. Oh, bandages and tourniquets? Oh, my cup runneth over. Oh my goodness. Little girl, give me your bullets and your medicine. I have sharp things for you. Ah. Yes. Oh, what a delight. Hey lady, mend my clothes. Oh right, I haven't been wearing them. My protective gear, you don't have anything for me. My gosh. I hope this is a good sign. Oh, there's another kid. Kid, I need bullets. Surely you must have some. Yes, you have. Ah, what a delight. Old man, repair my gun. Oh, it's been so long. Do you have a long, rambling story to tell me? Hey, talk to me. Oh, right, but I stole my money. Damn. How is the condition looking? Oh, this could be bad. 88%. Okay, that's not that bad. How are you feeling, good sir? Yeah, exactly. I've been looking all over for yous. I need you to tell me something. You're a doc, so 'tis your line of work. Well, what do you need? Works are idle, did you know? They say you've banned all the works. Why are they working in the tin workshop, then? Who were they canning, huh? So they're free to work whenever they like it, and we're supposed to starve? Or, sorry, who are they canning? Oh, pfft. Hello, what do you need? It wasn't I who shut the works down. Pfft. You claim to be in charge here. You don't know a thing. The works are closed off, right? Right. No benefits paid. We got hunger pangs all over, and that's fine, but we can see why. It's a sanitary measure and all, equal for everyone. So why is the tin workshop working? What do they produce there? They produce, they can meat there. That's what. So what do we do now? Who are they canning? Each other? Oh, it is. Who are they canning? Who are they canning? Each other? Beef is prohibited, alright? It makes sense. It's no good sending out infected meat all over the country. But if it's safe, why aren't we working? Silly rumors, nothing more. What makes you think the workshop is active? Don't you hear the noise when you walk by? Or do you think they're rolling cannonballs there? They're dismantling equipment. Figures that the NPCs would finally come out when it's getting dark, and soon it'll be Mugger Central instead. But good to have them back.
Is it really that deadly?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Do you know anything about how the disease is transmitted? I know everything. So, the infection goes straight to the head. It talks to you a bit with this little inner voice, then it moves in completely for a while. The tendon is rather troublesome, and the body makes for a lousy lodging. It breaks apart all too easily. And so the disease leaves it and moves along to find someone else. Poetry aside, sounds plausible. Who said anything about poetry? You're missing the point. It doesn't touch the next person as long as it's comfortable with the current one. Who said it goes to the head? What did you mean? Listens to your thoughts, peeks inside you, takes a nice look, and moves in. But the check-in only happens after a very short and crucial interview. It'll only move in if it fancies you. Otherwise, you may keep on with your plain. But making it fancy you is easy. It doesn't really discriminate, as you can see. Did it speak to you, too? I think it did. It's just that I was unlucky. My condolences.
Shabnaka deer is tracing the streets like bacteria in a vein.
You are concealing runaway butchers in this very house, Aspity. Well, crucify me. What's this about? Running more errands for the old Gimskis? No, this time I've come on my own accord. I need your help. Well, I gotta hear that. Why on earth would the wise serpent seek anyone's help? I need the tissue of a sand plague victim. I can only find dead victims in the infected houses. Since you appear to be alive, you have never entered a single one of them. You will have 5 to 10 minutes if you do. Then the infection strikes the expected results. Perhaps you could find a single runaway that would agree to help. What would he want in return? Perhaps I could find a lot of runaways that would agree to help if only I asked them to. And the same me will ask you for a favor then. What will you do me one? Depends what you're planning to ask. You're influential with Old Gimski. Use that influence. Tell him to stop persecuting the runaways. It's no longer a revenge situation, but he's still all too eager. Takes the guy quite some time to calm down, huh? Anyway, he swears to leave alone the butchers that are now outside the termitary. I'll talk 3 runaways into risking their lives. It's not like they have anything to lose anyway. I'll try. So it's Big Vlad specifically.
It's better not to ask. Silence is golden.
It's covered with... Wait a minute. Is that leather? Forehead. What am I doing on time? I still have 3 hours. I think that should be enough, though I might have to redo things from just before sleeping. Get at exactly what time the robbers come out. Drunk, drunk, drunk! Trade with me, trade with me! I need bandages! What about you? Oh, you're sick. Sick, I say. You're sick. So it's not far to Olgimski's. I mean, I don't need those right now, but still. They will come very much in handy later. Wait. This is the way I want to go. Nope. That's it. That's the right sidewalk. Now that I stop to actually try and go the right way. Lady Min's clothes. No need to her because my clothes are in fine shape. And also because I have no money. Actually, I can fix that at the next shop I go to because I have a bandage and a tourniquet to sell. Huzzah. Well, I am some reassured that maybe tomorrow I'll be able to actually do some more trading with people, which will be a relief. Because usually by now I could have traded for a bunch of useful stuff.
This girl is dangerous. Very dangerous. No one can resist her.
I'd like to offer you a bargain. It has to do with your fugitives. Oh, come now. In my mind, there's nothing to discuss here. However, a good bargain always catches my attention. So, can you donate your runaways to me? I can guarantee they'll die in the end. Aren't you a humanitarian, my dear doctor? Thing is, I don't need them to die. I need them to return to the bosom of the Bull Project. Punished, but unscathed. Perfect. I'll do my best to return them safe then. What's in it for you? I need the right that this caste seems to possess. They will dissect the bodies for me. See, yes, this is a respectable motivation. A single butcher will suffice for this. No, he won't. It's a dangerous and complicated task. Require many hands. Oh, come now. Any cutthroat can help you then. Try to make a deal with Bad Grief's bandits. That's the loss no one is ever... Oh, that's the loss no one is ever going to grieve about. And they're definitely knife-happy. The rights of the kin and our own traditions mean nothing for them. In that case, I think I know a person of dubious reputation who will help me. I mean the son of Barak, who's managed to clear himself of one charge only to get accused again immediately. Wait a minute, I think we can find a different agreement. I'm listening. Let me see. I know what I'm going to ask as a payment for my butchers. It's the unique resource you own. The one I'll never get my hands on. What is it? You your influence with the Canes. I'll cease to pursue the butchers if Georgi ceases to pursue young Barak. He isn't guilty. He has an airtight alibi against all charges, which I am willing to confirm. Let them leave him alone. Agreed. Why do you care for Isidore's son so much? We have a common goal. I see. So you're saying he's completely innocent, right? Indeed. I'd rather you convinced Reuben that young Barak has nothing to do with Isidore's tragic death. The thick-headed Reuben is the last one who still needs convincing. The thick-headed Reuben is the last one who still needs convincing, anyway. The boy might be labeled a patricide, as if he hasn't had enough. You do see Reuben from time to time, I know that. This request does you credit. I was certain you would ask for yourself. No. I'd rather you avoided telling around that I know where Reuben is. I haven't finished yet. Apart from that, I wish they stopped. Stopped torturing me about the termitary. I'm tired of repeating that it's clean. That is why it was closed in the first place. You know what? You've just suggested an excellent idea to me. How about this? You stop the persecution, and I'll kindly spare the Canes my opinion on what's inside the termitary. The termitary. That's a typo. For goodness sake, if you put it like this... Yes, certainly, I was going to... as well... It's no matter. Now that the Skinners is infected, just like this crude sprawl before it, you have my word as a merchant. The thing is, I know you as a man of honor. Damn it. I'm glad we have an agreement, Bolas Vlad. The word of a merchant provides a reliable assurance.
Lucky people are bad hands at correcting their faults. They always believe that they're right when fortune backs up their vice or folly.
Okay, so I don't actually need to go talk to the Canes. Oh, but he still wants... I'm gonna go talk to the Canes anyway. Just in case there is something there. Because, yeah, I think I still have enough time. I think. Maybe. We'll see. Time is the most crucial resource in this game. So my current goal is to finish today's quest, possibly get a couple of hours of sleep, depending on how much time I have left, and leave off immediately after seeing the play in the theater. So, I should not be looking up because it's getting dark and there might be bandits about. I mean, come on. And once again, the streets are empty. All very strange. Okay, so... Oh, right. Deliver the bottle of Twirin on the way. Almost forgot. I think I came back this way. I don't think it really matters, but, you know.
My lacquer is cracking, see?
Oh, right. Can't actually bring it back to her. Oh well. Yes, here at the bridge square. I think I can talk. Gorky would be the one to talk to. Let's roll as judge. And if not, I will reload just to save some time. both in-game time and your real time viewer. Thank you for coming, by the way, if you are for some reason watching this in the future. Alright.
Olgimsky has put a bounty on any runaway butcher. What is the old fox trying to hide?
I have a favor to ask of you, Judge. I'm indebted to you, dear doctor. Speak. I'll be happy to grant any request that is within my power to fulfill. It has to do with Isidore Barak's son. Yes, I know the man, if only by what the others have to say about him. Regrettably, I've yet to meet him personally. The main suspect in Simon's murder. He also hasn't cleared himself, not to my judgment anyway, the charge of murdering his own father. Now he is the main suspect in the theft of my brother's body. I hope you are not going to solicit forgiveness on his behalf. That is exactly what I'm going to do. This is one of the few requests that I am not prepared to meet. That is to say, I wouldn't be if anyone other than you were asking. But I believe without a shadow of a doubt that you are acting in good faith and most noble intentions. Young Barak deserves to have a break. That's what I need of him now, anyway. Very well, Doctor. I will do what you ask of me. But having done that, I urge you to tell me who stole my brother's body as soon as you learn their identity. I promise I will not punish Barak only unless it turns out that he was the thief. You have my word, and if I find out that Barak was the culprit, you'll be the first to know.
Tell me...
I don't remember if Vlad has any, reward for me for doing that, but he might. So, back to Vlad's, and then back to Aspides. Thence to the cemetery, I think. It's been a while, so I'm not... memory is not... and I've only been through each character's route once, so my memory for it is not as good as it could be. My memory for the town seems to be pretty good, for the most part. But that's just natural after walking the streets thrice. Really is strange how few people are out in this part of town, and why they were all clustered, why there were a handful of them clustered over in the Earth District, in the Root Sprawl especially. Nowhere else today. I mean, it is night, so there are always fewer regular townsfolk out at night. Still, there are surprisingly few bandits. I hate to be such a broken record, it's just odd. Okay. And always a little walking the streets at night. Sick. Oh boy, I'm cutting it close regardless.
This girl is dangerous.
Okay. You have nothing for me, but at least I did the right thing. In the end, ultimately that is better than a reward. Except in video game terms. Well, on the plus side, maybe I'll run into some more NPCs while I'm down here. Maybe they'll even trade with me. Be nice. On the other hand, maybe I'll just run into a bunch of bandits. In which case, I will at least not be short of money. So to get to Aspidy's house, I curve around this way. Fruit Sprawl is the streets I have to think my way through the most. Around, I said. Oh yeah, there are dogs near the workshops, by the way. They just sort of appear at random. Drunk! And lady. Drunk, come here, drunk. Oh well. So, oh, never mind. I was gonna say, did you ever see that movie, Blair Witch Project? You know, that movie about a bunch of kids who, don't think to follow the water to civilization. They just keep wandering away from the water into the woods. Bunch of idiots.
There's a hole under my heart.
Big Vlad agrees. He swore that from this point on, not a single runaway into the town would be killed on his orders. Proof? It's already done. The orders have been issued for Saburov's patrolmen and the Olgimsky's men. Sealed and delivered. Fine then. I'll send 3 butchers to the infected skinners. They'll be waiting for you there. If they manage to find a dead body, cut it, and survive to see you, that is. Follow them in an hour. They may die before you reach them, so waste no time. Why do you want them to split? That enhances the chance of success, doesn't it? Also, these 3 butchers I fancy the least. I say. I strongly advise you to conduct reconnaissance before you go to the infected district. Prepare for the field trip well. Rumor has it the place leaves you less chances than a mincing machine would. Patrolmen guarding the infected houses have already consumed half the confiscated drugs. Thank you, Aspidy.
Is the disease really contagious? Yes, it is, undoubtedly.
Remember if I actually have to wait an hour, because if I do, then, I failed. I think I might just have time to make it in barely under the line, barely under the wire. We will see. I'm probably gonna have to reload, though. That's what I get for being overconfident and, you're a drunk, not a mugger. That I can work with. I'll take a tourniquet. I've got plenty of water. I'm not seeing anybody for days. Oh. You got nothing to trade. Oh boy. 11 p.m. Right. Gonna be somewhere honestly. Remember exactly where they end up. Is there one back here? Maybe? I think there's one in the rotten field. It's where the auto da fe happened. Or no, the rotten field is Sticky saw the monster, I'm sorry. The Bone Steak lot is, of course, where the auto da fe happened. Drunk, not hungry, so what was she running? Hey, trade with me. Yes, oh man. Oh, this is great news. They value, bullets more highly than kids do, so. Nice, nice, nice. Of course, I'm probably gonna lose that. Hey, reload. Oh well. Oh right, I just traded away everything you want. So yeah, there's somewhere in this area. So that's the Bone Steak lot. I think there's one over here. Get where the third one is. It's a stationary one. Okay. Oh. Sorry, force of habit. Do it on time. Okay, well, with what I know about this quest from prior experience, I can tell you I actually don't have enough time to finish it now. So, as I've mentioned, those are the circumstances in which I allowed. So, back to Maria's. Oh, that's the real time. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry, folks. That's my bad. No, that's not where I meant to be. Oh no, I just did a quick save at Maria's. Was there anything I needed from them up there? No, I can save some time. Okay, I will, do the quest a little more seriously and do it now, because, let's see, my other tasks I think are finished. Okay, so I do need to turn in information about Simon, but I'll do that when I have to go there anyway. So, where am I with this one? Vlad the Younger. About the... Okay, so wait. Stack. Okay, so I just need to talk to Saburov. Blah. Yeah, I should have been making more hard saves. Again, that's my mistake. I mean, obviously, who else's would it be? But, yeah. If I'm very, very lucky, I might start to see townsfolk that I've loaded this save. Not you. Everybody else. Tisk. Is there nobody in this part of the city? Anyway. That's just so bizarre. Let's see, I talked to Katerina earlier, so just go straight to, Alexander. Great. We'll need to find a way to restore at least a little bit of health, though, because of something that happens. But I will, do that in a bit.
Aspects and his kind band together. That
Dead bodies, it's essential for my work. Okay, to see a single butcher. It's the device. Okay, I'll talk to Aspty. Not going out that way because I don't need to wander into the Plague District. I really hoped that, the save file isn't just broken. Have nobody around town. Through most of the districts, because trading really is such a vital part of the game. Hate to have to start a new save just to get back here off stream, of course, just because it takes a little while. Ah, rats! Why are you coming from that direction? Oh, for goodness sake! Oh, I don't have time to get out a knife, do I? Yes, I do. Okay. See to pull it out, and hiya, hiya. Thank goodness. Rats are among the most dangerous enemies in the game because they can actually infect you. Disease. So, seeing one running towards you is not a nice feeling. Okay. Well, maybe if I'm lucky, I'll at least run into some more NPCs down here. Oh, that's right, that's the shorter way to the battlefield. Probably sleep for like an hour after talking to Aspity. Hopefully that should give me enough. I mean, after talking to Aspity the second time, hopefully that should give me enough health to survive a punch. At any rate. Ah, see, as soon as I come down here, there they are. Just don't get it. Why are they all here? Where else? Crap. Why don't you have bullets this time? What gives? Right. Maybe that one up there will. Always nice to stock up on ammo. I guess they're not carrying around medicine yet, for whatever reason. Oh wait. Okay. Wait. What on my side? Oh, that's the cost. Minus 3. There. Okay. Hang on. My brain is not working right. Okay. Okay. So I'm trading 6. No. I need 5 worth of trading. There we go. Jeez Louise. That was far more difficult than it needed to be for such very, very simple arithmetic. Oh boy. My exhaustion level is also getting high. Alright, Aspity, let's just rush through your conversation.
Lies always turn out to be true.
Speak for you. Condolences.
Is it real?
Concealing runaways. Planning to ask. Try. Okay. Glad. Away I go. Don't trade anything, you just mend clothes. It's a useful service, don't misunderstand. Not when I need this instant. You're probably the same girl whose bullets I just bought. Probably. One never knows. One never knows. Not. Wait. Try to use as little as possible of my precious trading goods. Don't have any money for him to revolver. That is already well established. We're drunk. you'll have bandages, and then I can have money. Then I can repair my revolver, and I won't have money. Okay. Great. This is good news. Oh, wait. Since it's worth less, I'll use that one, and then I won't need to sleep right away. Probably. Depending on how much damage I take per hit. Alright. Sell a bandage. Decent price. Back into the oddly empty districts of the city. Other than one Sigmund. Seems to have just taken over all other wandering NPC spots. But, glad at least quick conversation, right? So just get through that pretty quick.
Swine.
Bargain. Turn. I'm ready to hear your offer. I'm gonna ask source. Here, he's innocent. I'd rather you tell him the ground. Stop the execution. Glad we agree.
Who could have?
Thank you again for your patience, gentle viewer. Oh boy. Let's see. I will go up and turn in those quests just to get that done, even though Vlad doesn't have anything in particular to say to me after that. I really am worried I'm gonna have to redo the first few days off stream to get the wandering characters back. So if they only spawn in that district down there, then it's not a good sign. They were everywhere on the first day. They were in all their normal places. All very. And my exhaustion is creeping upward. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I think I have enough time to get back to Aspides before I start taking damage from it. Maybe I'll take the train tracks. Maybe heading out of town will help for some reason. Why it would, but just in case. The polyheat. I don't have anything to say about it right now. It's just cool. And Georgi, leave Artemir alone. Leave Daniel's boyfriend
Most
alone.
men only die because they know not how to prevent dying.
So there's the money for that.
Who could have thought?
Favored asked has to do with Isidore's son. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. See what happens if I say Vlad vouches for his honesty. Don't trust him. Don't trust him. Okay, well, that was the wrong answer. When was the last? Okay, good. Just because I do want Artemis' name cleared. Kind of figured that's what would happen, but...
Few people know death.
But I do appreciate that it actually does matter how you talk to people.
Olgimsky.
Exactly what I do. Young Baroque deserves a break. Alright. Alright, it's still early yet, thanks to rewinding time all of a sudden. Better. Hard save. So I don't remember if I can get out to step area this way around the back of the cathedral. I just wanted to go this way because it's so easy to miss that this is back here, at least in Pathologic 1. Just a nice, lovely bell. The alarm bell, presumably. No, you can't leave. There's not really any reason ever to come back here, unless you're hunting for herbs, as Artemis. Yes. But, it's just neat that it's there. There we go. This is perhaps not the most direct route to take, but, it'll be fine, and like I said, I just want to see whether, going a roundabout way would, for some reason, help respawns. I don't know why it would make a difference, but in case it does, I don't know. It's worth a shot, because I'm beginning to think that this save file is broken beyond repair if there's just nobody around throughout most of the town. I really do love the step music. It just sounds neat. Can ford the river here. Obviously. Is that a stairway to heaven? There's the train station. Oh, right. But I have to actually go back into town to get there, so, oh well. Or, well, I could go a longer way around, but, you know. You know. Also, I guess I haven't checked to see whether there's anybody wandering around the factory area. Just the, warehouses. But the younger's not going to have anything useful to say, I think, so I'm not going to bother. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll reward sparing. And I should get 2 hours of sleep, maybe. Plus some merit. Maybe get away with 3, but I've made.
It is easier to govern others than to prevent being governed.
Sharing that superstition. Oh, this is a new conversation. Yes, our superstitions about our peculiar attitudes about the dead are derived from pagan superstition. The body is considered to be the sum of all truths, the ligaments keeping it whole, to be ligaments of the universe. It must not be taken apart without the knowledge of how those dissection cuts will reverberate in the makeup of the universe. Body is a self-contained system. Sometimes it's fascinating to take note of how ingenious its natural design is. Not a single useless part. Even atavisms, such as the coccyx, serve to add a certain charm. Everything is in harmony. I find it regrettably hard to appreciate the charm of the coccyx.
Who lives without folly is not so wise as he thinks.
Oh, right, there's his bed. Thanks for letting me stay here, you jerk. Gonna save before, so that, if I use too much time, which I don't think I have. We've been over those letters already. Then I'll be able to more easily zoom. Alright, just gonna head to the train station. Instead, just smashed my face into a fence for a minute because, you know, it's just a thing you do. Obvs. And, okay, so this is the path around, or through the middle of the warehouses, and yeah. That'll, this train track will take me straight to Aspity. Usually you are incentivized to go through town, at least as the Bachelor, because you want to talk to people and trade with them. In this case, no reason not to go this way, which is more direct. It's a nice train bridge. Those warehouses over there will be in here. But we don't have anything to do there right now. Unless I see anybody over there, in which case I'm going to run over to them, shouting like an idiot. That's Artemis' hideout. Go there later. Right now, I suspect it's probably locked. Because the Bachelor hasn't even met him yet. So, you know. And, excuse me. One of those semicircular, or semi-cylindrical, domed, there we go, that's the freaking word, workshops over there are where the other two healers can engage in rat racing. You can, collect rats and, well, race them, and, make some money that way. Not a whole lot, but it's an option. Alright. Back at Aspity's. Never mind the creepy dolls. Forget about them. Everything's...
Is it really that deadly? Yes, it is.
Big Vlad agrees. It's already, my word, and Vlad's word too, of course. Right now he's in no position to break his promise. He is also persecuted. Fine then. Split. I say. Thank you, Aspity. I am gonna sleep an hour or two just in case, because I think the Meridorm should still be in my system. And yes, it is. Good. Okay. And I'm still doing way better on time than I was before.
Pins are sticking out of the pores of my skin.
Okay. There's a weird bug where if you pause time by pausing the game or talking to somebody or what have you, when many sound effects are playing, they will just start playing again. I'm out of it. Oh boy, a drunk and a young girl. Might be able to get bandages and bullets. That would be nice. Nope. What about you? Did I say bandit or drunk? That is the termitary, by the way. Bunkhouse for the workers. Live in horrific conditions, you know. Oh, excuse me. Oh, wait. Sorry. I should, more strategic about which items I'm bartering away. so as to gain back inventory space. Wow. Wow. Okay, I am tired. Oh boy. Oh gosh, I can't believe I just gave those away. Oh, I'm Fortune's fool. But hey, at least... Try again. Was it you who had nothing? No. Now you have different stuff anyway, so... moot point. Maybe I can force NPCs to reload by going in and out, but I think that the same NPCs do stick around for the day, but I could be wrong. Don't think I'm going to be able to barter the syringe to anybody, but I still need to talk to a teenage boy. I think they might be who wanted to... If anybody does, it would be them. I'm just going to duck in here to buy some food, and also to save. Oh, food's so expensive. Not as much as it was. Oh, and by the way, here, take this useless stuff. I mean, bandages aren't useless, but you get the idea. Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more. Let's fill up the wall with our English dead. Okay, so there's gotta be one in the bone steak lot. I should have taken the shortcut, but I didn't. It's okay. Okay, I really need to be paying attention, but I'm obviously doing a bad job of that. Drunk, trade with me, but also I need to not be infected. Oh right, I have the Plague Finder. That makes the Bachelor's route way more easier in some ways than the other two, because he has this luxury that the others don't. Right, so yeah, you can see them from slightly further away, and as you install more lenses, even further away still. Barter, because I haven't bartered with one of you good folks yet. Okay. I'll take it. So I could... Okay, so yeah. This one's already dead. Don't worry, sir. The evildoers are dead. Upon old Gimski's orders... Or, wait, who were they? Butchers. Why did you kill them? For abominable sacrilege. Aren't butchers allowed to dissect bodies? Bull carcasses, yes, that's kind of self-explanatory, no, good sir? Since when are they allowed to cut people's bodies for entertainment, though? Or do they know the lines? Whose entertainment? Their own? It gets worse. That beast carved him up and wrapped him up, prepared him for something, been waiting for the Ripper. He's still at large, just him that killed old Barak. Ain't gone nowhere, ain't fooling anyone. Graham the Butcher did it. No question about it. What in the world makes you think so? He was waiting for him, so he was. Anyway, it's all pointing towards it. Good thing we were there to dissuade him. But in a different neighborhood, another butcher like that slipped away. Just got the report. How I'd love to give the beast a good thrashing. Him and whoever's paying him. Shame I can't leave my post. I'd rather you not go to extremes like that next time. Or wait, and what happened to the body? Body was given to the family. They'll bury it. Sounds like the right thing to do. Okay, so let's see. My quest has not updated yet. So that means I do indeed need to find the other two before I'll be able to go to the cemetery, I think. Done, gone, and turn myself around. Oh, and can I loot the body, I wonder? No. Oh well. Alright. So yeah, that's a static one. And, oh gosh, where were the other two? Yeah, the Plague Finder is definitely convenient. It gives you more space to react to things, to actually remember to use it. Let's see where now. So that's outside of the Plagued District, so there— oh wait, no it's not. What am I saying? What am I talking about? There's gotta be one over here. Yep. Don't worry, sir. The evildoers are dead. Armed resistance? They must have thought Fat Vlad had sent us. But there's something fishy about this here business. Why? Okay. Fellows, thank you for your service. What in the world makes you think so? What happened to the body? The body was given to the family. Sounds like the right thing to do. Just one more, but I don't flippin' remember where. Which is probably— I think it might be in here. That's gotta be it over there. Poor lady. That villain to chop up a lad like that. He must know his trade well, eh? Dressing carcasses and the likes. Look, over there, they're carrying the body with all the cuttings. Where to? Cemetery, where else? To prepare for burial. Why do you ask, sir? Why wasn't the body returned to the family? Ain't got no family. There's only Grace to give him solace now. I see. There we go. So yeah. Good, good, good. I'm gonna drop a hard save here. So that's where I am. Okay. To the cemetery. Cheers. Wait, wrong kind of, to the. And on the plus side, be back in non-plague-filled districts, and as such, might actually, see some people I want to talk to. Ah, crowd of rat. Oh, wait. Aha! I know your weakness. Loading screens. Why waste ammo or knife condition and risk getting infected? Oh my gosh, there's two of them. Screw this. How are they coming from that direction? What is going on with the NPC spawns today? Plague is over there, rats. You can sneak up behind them, by the way. You can pick them up, which is how you capture them for the rat races with the other characters. And then if you drop them, they just stay in the dropped item back. Dang it! Okay, fine. Fine. I'm a doctor. I got nothing better to do than to stab rats with knives. Jeez. Okay, that's just a dog, not a rat. Everything's fine. You there. You're a drunk. Just the man I wanted to see. Yes. So that's something you don't hear every day. Fine. Okay, good, 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 good. Making good time this time. Oh my freaking gosh. This is so obnoxious. Why are the rats coming from that direction? Oh, good. I think it didn't see me. Still, I'm going to despawn it anyway, just on principle. Does Aspity have anything to say if I tell her about the dead butchers? Probably not. She's pretty callous towards them in this game.
Is it really that deadly? Yes, it is.
Well, glad somebody realizes it anyway. Oh, hello, mugger. Okay. Ah, jeez. Where's my gun? Oh, no. Well, I know your weakness, too. Okay. Whoops. Well, I guess I'm using another tourniquet. Oh boy, that startled me. Okay. So the cemetery is over this way. We haven't been there yet. We haven't met Grace. Who is... So we met Peter, and then Grace is the second canonically autistic character in the game, incidentally. They, all share an animation called autism. Apparently.
I'm soaking wet.
This is Grace, the Gravekeeper's daughter. Katerina says, she speaks to the dead. Sometimes you can find her sitting by a grave and humming a lullaby. She offers them gifts, too. Quite unusual sometimes. Typewriter cartridges, say. Birthday cakes with... typewriter carriages, say. Or, that's supposed to be or, definitely. Birthday cakes with candles lit. She obviously has a great affinity for music, but plays no instruments. Her singing is enchanting, but raspy, as if she was short of breath. Aspity says, Grace is nuts, plain and simple. You can easily recognize her by the breath. She inhales deeply, loudly, and hoarsely, as though it's hard for her to take in air, or as though she was about to break into tears. Her breath is fresh, though, clean, and sweet-scented somewhat. That is actually rather uncanny, considering her line of trade. She talks to me as though I were dead, too. It's hard. Not only do they need to be fed, but talked to as well. I need to find the words of comfort for them. Only then will they repay us with tenderness and joy. But now they're all anxious. Every single one of them is mumbling something. That's why I look so tired. Who are you talking about? Of the dead themselves. Do not assume that people die forever. Not everyone does. Some people live underground and only die out for the lack of care. You have to always knock from this side so that they don't fade away. Let me examine your pupils. Okay, now your pulse. Do you take drugs? No. It's Twire, the herb. We sleep in the very heart of the steppe, you know. I'm all green because of it. It's high time for it at the moment. Can you hear how the air is tolling? That's Twire. I'll come back to you again soon.
What's wrong with you?
I just came to check on you. Dare touch the dead. Leave now. There's another statue. A pair of statues of the mistresses, by the way. I think. So, yeah, that's Grace. She is a tragic figure, a sweet but tragic girl. Hey, guards. How's it going? Anything I can help you with, good sir? Was this body brought from an infected district? Yes, we're preparing it for the burial. What's in it for you? I need it for my work. Ain't that right? Well, doctor's work is vital work, all right. It's not like you're body snatching for fun, right? You're working in the interests of the public. Spot on. 10,000 money, and it's yours. Are you out of your mind? I'm not gonna offer twice. You will give it to me, since that is my order, by the name of Governor Sabarov. Governor Sabarov? Governor Savarov is not my commanding officer. I'm a volunteer. You get that, Doctor? Or do I need to spell it out for you? Perhaps we could strike a bargain? So, yeah, the screen's gonna fade out here in a second if I can just keep from being punched to death. Okay, there we go. Oh boy, that is what you call a sliver of health. I hate to use a bandage instead of selling one, but desperate times.
Haruspex and his kind band together. That's a good enough reason.
Keep your voice down and listen carefully. I've told these people you're not the person who ordered the butchers to cut corpses. Thank you. I appreciate that. I had to concede that there's an unknown Ripper on the loose, twice a criminal, for daring to raise his knives against the inviolability of a body and for defiling the sacred peace of the dead. I told them you weren't the real Ripper. We've started a manhunt for the real one. No, anything but this. How am I supposed to look in the eyes of those whom I promised non-interference? No names were named. I don't know who you're referring to, nor do I want to know. You hear me? I want nothing to do with cases about defiling the dead. My public line is, whoever is caught dissecting a body will be summarily executed and made an example of. Be more careful from now on. What am I to do now? These patrolmen were keeping watch at the cemetery. Right now, there is no one there. I will task them with blockading an infected district. I will dispatch the next shift of guards to the cemetery 10 minutes, do you hear? 10 minutes after you leave. You have a 10-minute head start to do what you need to do. These patrolmen will be sent to their deaths simply in order to provide cover for my actions? That must not happen. As you wish. But remember, if you leave your work undone, someone else will have to do it and pay with their life for it. Alright. Changed my mind. Hold back the duty detail for as long as you can. So yeah, in a lot of cases in quests in this game, there really are no good choices. Am I doing on time? Okay, good. I've got an hour and a half for the end of the day, which is more than enough time to get to the cemetery. Oh, jeez, rats. Give me a break. So many rats outside of the infected district, and no NPCs, except in the crude sprawl. It's so strange. Just don't understand. Hey, mugger. At least I can make some money. Yeah, throw your knife. You gonna throw it? Get it out of the way. Yeah, that's right. There we go. That's about the range. Oh good, another knife. I can sell that. That's worth good money. So yeah, back to the cemetery. That should be pretty quick. As long as I don't waste too much time. Said the lady who's been live streaming all afternoon. Oh boy. Yeah. And okay, you're regular citizens, not muggers. You can tell by the way they walk, if you will. That's a mugger. Now that's a mugger if I ever saw one. And that's what I call Muggers Volume 3. Sadly, there are no iron sights. This is the best way to aim. Trade goods. Take it. At least I know I can find guards to trade with in the affected districts, if nothing else. No time to eat. Okay, it's just a dog, not a rat. Just a dog, not a rat. Just anytime I see a loping animal in this game, Even if the profile's off, it's just like, oh no, I'm not gonna get infected again. I don't think Grace is going to have anything new to say. I think if I talked to her yesterday, something would have happened. I don't remember what it might be. Then I got plenty of time to get back to Rubens. Here we have our samples. Sadly, there is no special inventory spot for quest items. They are just considered miscellaneous like everything else. Where's Farkad's grave, I wonder? The late architect Farkad. Don't remember which one it is. I'm sure I could find it if I looked around, but right now I just want to get back to Ruben. Okay, so probably the best thing to do is go through the... Well, there's an entrance to the warehouses along the railroad. I'll have plenty of bandits attacking me once I get back into town. It'll be fine. And who knows, the upper town might... I mean, the middle and easternmost districts of the town... Excuse me, middle and westernmost districts of the town might be without them anyway, considering how it's been going. That one is the rat race workshop. It's not an activity I tended to do much of in the other characters' playthroughs. So you can get back into town directly that way. There's... Let's see, I think there's... You follow the river. But I want to be on this side of the river. Warehouses typically are crawling with muggers at night. We'll see how this goes. This strange playthrough. Okay. Hey, Riven.
The grip of the manhunt is tightening.
Finally, the operation's been a success, I hope. That depends on the result. Microscope is at your service, colleague. May you be the first to make the discovery. Much obliged. And... look at that disease there. Just look at it. That's all you need to do.
What is this disease?
So, what did you see there? Everything's dead. The dead tissue would not allow the microbial culture to survive. We might have tried to force the bacteria to reproduce. Problem is, there are no bacteria left. Culture has perished. This is bad. Quite the opposite, colleagues. Well, actually. How so? I don't see any reason to continue. The microbe does not live in a non-organic environment, except on houses and in clouds. It's a curious phenomenon, but it leaves us without a leg to stand on. Really? Why? Because the quantity of the vaccine I can produce with what I am able to recover from my source is preposterously small. I will compound the solution, though. Truth be told, I've started the process already. So you've managed to procure the living microbial culture? But how? Not really. Whatever weak specimens I've gathered from the source I've mentioned, the culture is almost dead, even though I tried my best to sustain it. The first samples of the medicine will be ready by tomorrow morning. It won't qualify as a vaccine, but it will offer some kind of protection. This is most certainly better than nothing. Anything else I could help you with? You look like you could use some sleep, Bachelor. As for me, I'm dog-tired, which is made worse by the Twirin fumes, making any kind of mental focus impossible. Tomorrow I will try to find young Barak myself. I might also be able to sneak into the termitary to speak with the kin. Very well, I'll see you tomorrow. How do you think the bacterium kills, Bachelor? It causes a massive contamination of the blood. In doing so, it overloads the cardiac muscle. In all likelihood, the infected suffer a stroke. That is something we didn't know before. So in order to acquire the potent living microbial culture, we will have to get our hands on a still beating heart? This is borderline absurd. We can start to research your vaccine, though. Don't you have that unique source of yours? I do. In any case, our work must no longer be delayed. Not after the new hope today is brought. What does this mean? Firstly, it suggests that something as simple as house walls might provide a certain level of protection, except when it grows on them. Secondly, that the killer's life cycle is very short. Therefore, there is a natural restriction on how fast the disease can spread. As soon as the infection kills whoever carries it, it dies. This means the disease can be fought? Yes, there is hope. Although the enemy is invisible and ubiquitous, it is far from invulnerable. We have found at least one weakness. And a lens, which I probably threw on the floor. No. Oh, right, I gave him the sample. Great.
Yes.
Good.
What?
What? Alright, so we are coming close to the end of this game day and this stream. So I'm just going to run over to the theater. You can watch that. And, we'll do it. So it's turned out to be longer than I anticipated. Sorry, folks. It would have gone a little faster had I not used up way too much time on that false start there. Oh, hi, Mugger. Who are you Oh, you already got him. Probably gonna have time to throw your knife at me, huh? But maybe this means that there'll be people out on the street? Maybe? Maybe tomorrow? Be nice. And both bandits and guards will immediately strip the bodies of their victims of everything they were carrying. It's terrible.
The day is over. Your timely efforts allowed your supporters to remain unharmed. A new mime performance is being rehearsed at the theater.
Thanks, narrator man. Oh, I just got a letter. Evening letter from the powers that be, day 3. Insofar as the victory over the enemy is comparable to learning its nature, we see you as our champion as well as our scholar. We think it would be appropriate to inform you of the conditions of your victory. We hope you appreciate the fact that the disease is nothing more than an unfortunate coincidence. You should treat this as a basis for your research, for if the outbreak is entirely accidental, as the lack of any outside influence on the town suggests, then it should be comparatively easy to handle. Avoid multiplying casualties. Seek an answer in unorthodox methodologies. The cause of the outbreak is not of a fundamentally familiar nature, so you may need an adventure of sorts to remove it. How about that? Well, fortunately, as I helpfully informed Maria Cana the other day, I both am and am not an adventurer. Remember to check by all the shops again, now that it's a new day.
So?
It stays away from dead bodies, disappearing from corpses without a trace. It's been established that you can outweight it if you're careful and discreet. The glass will keep the best, as it's supposed to.
What does it mean?
It means we have a fighting chance. The infectious agent only sticks to living matter and is repelled by dead surfaces. Those who remain indoors are more likely to survive. Scurrying and making a fuss means death. All in all, we can fight.
You self-serving jerk. You've got your own agenda, haven't you? You're always up for a fight. You just need an adversary. What about the people?
Hush. Don't you get in his way. He seems to have a plan.
It's all wrong. It's no good at all.
Great play, Mark. Really,
When we do not find
captures the
peace
spirit.
of mind in ourselves, it is useless to seek it elsewhere.
I mean, that is true. Also, I do really like his outfits.
Yes.
Both games. Just looking around. Okay. Great, so thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Hopefully the next days will go more smoothly. So let me just put down a hard save real quick. Right, so, yeah, I'm still enjoying streaming it, despite my low energy today. Yeah, thanks again for coming. Hope you had a good time, and we'll do this again soon.